Jacqueline,
Here.
Kelly, absent, Megs, here, Scylla. Here.
Okay, thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd now like to adjourn to closed session. I'd like any members of the public in your room.
God, I hope not. It's scary on the backside of this place.
Were you there, Department?
I didn't expect that. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, item 6 is, and since Michael is reporting by phone, all of our motions have to be voted by roll call. Approval of agenda, item 6. I think we have some guest speakers here, so I'd like to move items 11 and 12. Is Mark coming? Can I?
Yes, he'll be here.
Okay. I'd like to move 11 up above, just after 7.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'd like to move 12 just after 11.
12 is after 11. Oh, I know some people in the community that are supposed to be here, but I don't know if they're,
For 12?
yeah, but I don't know. They're not here now, but they're thinking it's going to be 12 on the agenda.
Okay, well, let's move 11. Is that, somebody roll call, was any further discussion on the?
No, I would approve the agenda as changed by the president of the board.
Move to.
Second.
Okay. Roll call.
Borstein,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Megs,
Yes.
Scylla,
Yes.
Jacqueline.
Yes. Okay, so let's move to item 11, consideration of providing direction for a pension and other post-employment benefits liability funding strategy. And we have Ira with us.
That was a point of order. So we're going to skip all of the consent and everything to move up to 11.
Yeah, we're
Okay,
going
I
to.
didn't hear that from your,
Well, I said right after 7 is what I said.
So do we want to do it then? You need to do 7. 7. You need to do number 7 then.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Excuse me, that's right. I see. It's now open time for public to raise items not on the agenda or for future agendas. Any wishing to address the following matters within the district's jurisdiction of the following posted agenda may do so. Any public would like to address us? Seeing none, we can move on to item 11.
Oh, okay, very good. This is an ongoing discussion. The board has shown a lot of interest in addressing our unfunded liability related to other post-employment benefits, which are mostly health benefits, or OPEB, as well as pension unfunded liability. And this discussion began in November, and we've been coming back to it in different months. And we're pleased to introduce Ira here, who's done that, to run some models and come up with a plan for the district to address these unfunded liabilities in a stepwise manner that we've considered in our rate setting process to try to minimize the impacts on rate, but still fiscally responsibly address this unfunded liability issue in a reasonable time frame. With that, Ira Weiss.
Now it's a good presentation. Okay. Thanks for having me here. What, as was just said, we're going to talk. I'm here to talk about the retirement programs. What I'm going to go through right now. First, I'm going to spend a little time reviewing the district's OPEB plan, the retirement health plan, and the pension plans. Spend a little time trying to understand the unfunded liability, where you are right now, and then outline a program to try and get you to have these plans fully funded more quickly than you would under the current approach you're taking right now. Sorry, this way. So when we're talking about the OPEB plan, OPEB stands for Other Post-Employment Benefits. So it's post-employment benefits other than pensions. Pensions are dealt with separately. They're dealt with CalPERS. I'll talk about that in a little while. For government agencies, that can include things like retiree health benefits, dental benefits, vision benefits, retiree life insurance. For your district, you just have retiree health benefits. So that's all we're dealing with here. But when you hear people talking about OPEB, sometimes it means a little more. Again, it's post-employment, so it's just for retirees. It's not the health coverage for your current employees. That's dealt with separately. So the question is, where are we now? So on a, probably should have done, let's do this. There we go. The two numbers at the top focus on your funded status, where you are, the amount your assets are below your target liabilities. You have an unfunded liability of $604,000 as of July 1, 2017. July 1, 2017 was the last valuation done. Those are the numbers that were used for your June 30, 2018 financial statements. So this is the last official numbers that have been run. That means you're 35% funded at this point. The contribution basis that you're having, you're actually contributing right now on an actuarially determined basis. So that means you are trying to fund these benefits the same way CalPERS funds the pension benefits. It's got a 20-year amortization period. So under the current process, you would be fully funded in 20 years. The contribution rates that you're making for the current year, the July 1 to June 30 year, $93,000 for this year, is 2.8% of pay. Now, if we stay on that path, what happens, this graph represents your funded status. The line at the top is your target. The blue at the bottom are the assets. The assets are growing, but the liabilities are growing just as quickly. So your unfunded liability, which is the amount in red, is slowly moving down, but it's very slowly moving down. So you're not making a lot of progress over the next 5 or 6 years.
But it hasn't moved down, has it? It's actually gone up a little bit. And it's because they actuarially recalculated, and since they missed their investment targets.
Are you talking about the retiree health plan or the pension plan?
Well, I thought we had it down to 400,000.
That's right. We had a readjustment in the evaluation sometime in the last 24 months, because you were looking at the July 2017, but I think the July 2017 was substantially different from the actuary numbers we were given July 16 or 15.
July 15. There are a couple of reasons why they were significantly different from July 2015. First of all, there were different accounting standards that kicked in recently, which means you're showing different liabilities on your books. Second of all, actuarial standards of practice were clarified, and this includes both your explicit contribution towards retiree health benefits, the amount you're paying right now, which for most of your retirees is just the PEMCA minimum, the minimum required by the state, which is like $130 a month. Although for your long service employees, when they retire, you're going to be paying, I think, 50%? 40% of your health premiums for them. So for active employees, the ones who are getting close to retirement right now, we're anticipating that you're going to be paying 40% of the premiums for those. So that's your explicit contribution. You also have an implicit subsidy built in. What that is basically older people use more health care. That's, everyone here has gotten older. You know, as you get older, things tend to get hurt more easily. So they tend to use more health care. The cost of health care for older people, okay, you haven't aged, fine. I have made up for you, trust me. if you look at the cost of healthcare, it rises as you get older. The cost of your premiums are the same for everybody who is under retirement. That's the way CalPERS works, the same amount. So technically, the amount that they're charging you for healthcare for CalPERS is a little higher for your active employees than it would be if they did not include any of the retirees right now. So the amount that they raise it up for that, which is a small amount, is your implicit premium. It's something that you're paying, but you're not sending it to CalPERS for that. So that also is included in your liabilities and has been for this valuation, probably for the first time.
Right. It went from 275 to 604.
And
Okay.
if I can just contribute a point of information, you've all probably heard GASB statements.
Sure.
So the OPEB calculation was previously calculated using GASB 45, and then as of, I think it was June 1st, 2017, they required GASB 75 as the accounting standard. So that, I think, is the
Right, so that's the new
contributing
accounting
difference
standard.
between the two unfunded liabilities.
That's right.
And as such, we are not alone. We share everybody's OPEB liability, all cities, counties, special districts, OPEB liability went up at the same time.
And the big thing, other than the liabilities changing between GASB 45 and GASB 75, is that the entire unfunded liability now goes on your books under GASB 75. Under GASB 45, the only thing that went on your books was the difference between the cost, your expense, and your contributions. So if you made contributions pretty close to the expense, you had nothing on your books for retiree health benefits. Now, you've got $600,000 in liability on your books. This change, having this thing show up in your books, that doesn't change the plan at all. You still have the same liabilities you had the day before it switched, but it's coming to people's attention. It's coming both to the board's attentions around the state, it's coming to the public's attention around the state, and it's the grading agencies that said they knew all about it are now paying more attention to it. So it's something that's become more important. Agencies are starting to deal with this. You started a little while ago.
Yeah.
You're a little, 35% doesn't sound great when you start talking about pension. Compared to a lot of the programs around the state, 35% has you, I think, above average.
But our total liability is also below average compared to some of our colleagues, so I think we're in pretty good shape.
You're in good shape. Now, you can be happy with being in good shape, or you can get to a better spot. I want to look at another couple graphs before I do this. This graph looks the same as that one, but it's a completely different graph. This deals with the current funding. This is the contributions that you would be making towards this plan if you continue making them on the current basis. So right now, you're making a contribution of about $93,000. Next year, 18-19 year, it's about the same. It starts going up a little bit each year over the next few years. Your funding methodology is designed to be a relatively level percent of your payroll. So your payroll is expected to grow each year by a little less than 3% per year, and so your contributions would grow at that rate. So it's relatively steady growth over a 20-year period. So what I was asked to do by the Finance Committee was to talk about paying off the unfunded liability. Paying off the unfunded liability, first of all, is going to improve your balance sheet, which should help with your credit rating. The extent that you want to at some point go and borrow money, the better your rating is, the lower the interest rate you're paying. So if you can get your credit rating up, that's going to put you in better shape. It's going to decrease your long-term payments, just like with CalPERS. The more that you have paid out of the fund that gets paid from investment return, the less you need to pay yourself. If we look at CalPERS as an example, about 65% of the payments that go out the door come from investment return. That's actually much lower than it used to be. When I did these discussions right around 2000, I used to be able to say that about 85% of the amount that went out the door came from investment return. It's because the stock market shot through the roof in the 90s, back when everybody thought it would go on forever. By the way, it did. Sorry if I spoiled that for anybody. So it's going to decrease your long-term payments. It'll also increase benefit security, so that your employees will feel more confident that the money is there. Even if something happens and goes wrong with your changes with the tax base, you have other things you need to pay for, the retiree benefits, retiree health benefits, the money is already set aside, you've got money set aside to pay for them. They can feel more confident that it's going to be paid. So the first plan that was proposed is to basically try to increase the amount you would have paid by $125,000 per year for 5 years. If you do that, this picture goes back to the funded status that we had before. That was barely increasing. If you add $125,000 a year to it, you see that within 5 years, you get to a place where the red turns to green, which basically means you're ahead of target. What would really happen in the last year, we take a closer look at it, fine tune it, get you right back, right around 100%. So you're in a solid spot. Looking at contributions, what that means doing, again, is putting more money in for 5 years. Put more money in for 5 years, your contribution after that drops down to about $40,000 a year. So you don't no longer have to make the payment to pay off the unfunded liability, you're just making the payment for each year's additional service. And that's about $40,000 a year right now. Increases a little bit each year, but still it's staying in that range. So you should make back the money that you contribute now, within probably, I don't know, if you pay it off over 5 years, within another 10, you will have gotten it all back. Everything after that, for the next few years, is less expensive. And that ignores any impact you get by improving your credit rating and getting lower interest rates on things.
Which we talked about. At yesterday's finance committee, they asked us to see what, instead of paying it over 5, if you stretched it out over 6, if you dropped the additional contribution from $125,000 down to $100,000, that would get you all paid up in 6 years. So if you want to address this, so this is a suggestion that the finance committee had when, this was a couple meetings ago, before I brought this up yesterday, was to try, because the unfunded liability is so small for the retiree health plan, to try and pay for that relatively quickly. And the pension plan, which we'll address next, is a much bigger thing. So we're going to address that over a longer period of time. Not necessarily 30 years, but still try and get it faster. I don't know if you want to ask questions or discuss this one without seeing the other one.
We have a question.
The rule for the sanitary district, do employees get vested after a certain period of time, or do the benefits simply grow and they can, after a year, they can retire with tiny benefits? And
Yes, and thanks for that question. There is a vesting period. The employee has to retire from the district at age 55 with, I believe it's 20 years of service currently. So if I were to retire from the district less than 20 years of service, or before the age of 55, I would not be eligible for this retirement benefit.
so if you got that great job, tripled your salary, you couldn't collect any of this even after.
Right, right. You'd have to be with the district for at least 20 years.
And you would have to retire directly from the district.
Wow, that's quite a difference.
And then you'd be eligible.
Well, it's different. Again, this is the retirement health plan, not the pension plan.
Right.
Okay,
They're
well, I'll
different.
ask about that.
Yeah. This is the retirement health plan. And for health care, you either get health care from the district or you don't get health care from the district. That's the way it's set up right now.
It isn't transferable across districts like the pension is.
Well, if you go to another district, almost every district that is in PERS Health
Yeah.
is subject to the same rules, where they have to give access to health care to everybody who retires directly from their district that gets a pension. that they need to pay at least what's referred to as the PEMCA minimum. PEMCA is the Public Employee Medical and Hospital Care Act. And that amount right now is about $130 a month that you subsidize their health care with. You can provide more. So you're providing that for those people who retire from the district with 5 years of service and get a benefit from PERS, they get access to health care here, and you subsidize the $130 a month, the PEMCA minimum. For those
Does that make
who,
sense?
No.
Okay.
I thought it was 20 years.
So
for 20 years, you pay a lot, you give a lot more. Instead of just giving $130 a month, you pay 40% of the premium.
So what I was trying to say is that retirees from the district have access to our group plan,
Right.
but they're responsible for paying the premium. The only thing that the district is required to pay is the PEMCA minimum, which is basically, think of it as an administrative charge that the district pays to CalPERS to help administer that group plan. But the employees, the retirees, are actually responsible for paying the entirety of the premium unless they retire from the district at age 55 with 20 years of service.
I have a question about the 40%. Is that common practice for Marin County sanitary districts? I'd
I've
really
seen
like to see those.
all over the board. I know Las Colinas, I think, has a different vesting schedule. Napasan has a different vesting schedule, and Nevada San, that can certainly be brought back to the board for, as an information item.
Okay, but it's part of the negotiated agreement with
It's, yeah,
covered employees, right?
it's for represented and unrepresented.
Yeah. So we can't change it we have to do it through negotiation.
It's part of the union, we're going to get ready to go into a contract, right?
We'll be discussing that at the next
Yeah,
meeting.
so it could be changed.
Yes.
It's not, okay, because
It
it
could
could
be
be up
changed.
soon, right?
Yeah, it could be changed.
Okay, and then, so the 136 you have in the packet,
136 what?
dollars a month?
Yes, that's the PEMCA minimum, commonly referred to as the PEMCA minimum, but think of that as the administrative cost.
Right, so if I retired from here at 55 with 20 years service, the district would pay that and
40%.
40%
Of the
Because
premium.
right now, I know healthcare benefits are about $800 a month.
Right.
And that's probably cheap. If you have a pre
I think of $1,000 a month in
Yeah,
round
I'd say
numbers.
1,000.
Yeah.
So we would pay, up until retirement age, 40% of that.
We would pay from the age of 55 to the age of 65 when the employee is eligible for Medicare.
66.
Is it the 66?
No, you're right.
66
Medicare is
Medicare.
65.
You're right.
You're right.
The district would pay $400 a month of $1,000 premium to age 65. So over 10 years.
You pay the greater of the amount you pay for the PEMCA minimum.
Yeah.
You don't pay the combination.
They got a
Okay.
deal. They got a deal. Nurses do not get this. Not one dime. Not one dime. If you're
Nurses
hired.
should be healthy.
What'd you say?
Nurses should be healthy.
Well, I know this job is really hard on their bodies, and come on. Digging, pulling, crawling,
Okay,
lifting,
that's-
and so it's just, it's a public service. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry, getting back to where you were, you showed us the 5-year plan. Were you about to see the 6-year plan?
If you'd like to see the 6-year
I'd
plan,
like
I can
to.
show you. It looks very similar. I've got it on the software rather than on the PowerPoint because it wasn't part of the original.
It'd be nice if you could, and if you could just, or let us explain, we're looking at paying off our OPEB liabilities, our unfunded OPEB liabilities. And we're also looking at a plan to pay off our unfunded pension liabilities. We want to get these down, we want to get them funded, we want to make sure that we're the district that acted responsibly now. But we also have huge capital costs, and we are under court order to make changes to our pipes, and we have to do certain things, and we now have a rate increase. So what we talked about at the Finance Committee was to tweak everything we could to make sure the rates are as low as they can while still being responsible. And I talked at another meeting with another organization that had 10 years, in the last 25 years, they had 15 years of no raises, rate increases. And now they're screwed And it's not a responsible way to run an organization. We have to keep up with not the cost of living, but the increased cost of construction, which is different from the cost of living increases. It's higher. And so we're doing everything we can to tweak this. So now we have a 6-year payoff on the OPEB liability.
Right, and basically at 100,000 a year, again, the graph looks relatively similar to the other one, except this number is a little bit lower, $25,000 lower, goes out 1 year more, and then drops down, and I've stretched out a few years. If we look at it on the funded status side, you see that instead of going out, we're here right now, instead of going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it goes out to a 6th, and then you're ahead of target. The last year, the 100,000 would be a much smaller number. You probably only need about 30,000 in the last year.
But
So you
wouldn't
can
costs
see-
go up?
For the first 6 years, you're paying 100,000 extra, which is about twice what you're paying right
If you
now.
do a 6-year plan, it's 100,000. If you do a 5-year plan,
It's 125,000 extra per year on top of the 90,000.
The real key to this is that on all the previous charts, the red just continues. It just on and on and
Right, and
on.
actually, if I can
And
switch to
you just don't get out of
that.
this. And then
What
they
happens,
just,
yeah, this is what you see under the current approach, where you're behind target.
but what really happens is then they adjust then we get the new actuarial values and the whole thing flips down again. And so to get out of this morass, we want to pay it off and give ourselves some flexibility with this.
Well, and
And the
these
cost.
dollar, I hear you on the theory that we want to not spend a lot of money up front. We're talking about $25,000, which in our budget is, anyway, I think the real meat of this is going to be the next portion of the presentation, so.
You're absolutely right, Mary, but when we also look at the next piece, and we talked about spreading that out a little bit as opposed to, it adds a little bit, it adds a few percentage points to lower the rate increase. Not much, but some.
10%.
Okay.
How much was it?
Tenths of percent.
It lowers it by some tenths of percent.
This might equate to 1/10 of 1%
Yeah.
rate increase.
Yeah.
Okay, so shall we move on to the
Yeah.
big
No, we're not
potatoes?
done yet.
Okay, so, and, yeah, so roughly, I don't know exactly how much, if you wanted to stretch it out longer or cut it shorter, yeah, about 25,000 a year.
Okay.
We want to get this, we talked about this a million times.
Yeah.
This board wants to get the OPEB paid.
Right, get it paid, get it out of the way.
And I can tell you that, in my opinion, we would be one of the few districts, joint powers, cities, towns, school districts that have paid the OPEB in 5 years or 6 years. We'll probably be the only ones. And if we can do the pension plans, I think we'll be the only ones. So,
So, yeah, you're well ahead, you would be well ahead of the curve. Yeah, the 35% funded on the OPEB side puts you in the upper half of the state. Get up to 100%, there are probably a handful of agencies.
In the
fact,
state.
In the state.
Yeah.
That are like that.
well, we want to be that. And we talked also, Ira, about this at the Finance Committee meeting. By paying these off, even by having a plan, and tying that with our rate increase, because as you know, or maybe you don't know, we talked way at the beginning with Mark about ensuring, that's one of the reasons you're here, ensuring that we talked with the public about the pension and OPEB liability during our rate study, because we're not hiding it under the table, we're not running away from it, we want to directly address it. But if we pay off our OPEB and our pension liabilities over how many years, the rating agencies will note that, and any need for us to borrow more money will get us better rates and better credit ratings, better interest rates, and will save us a lot more money than we're putting out in the long run. We're going to put this money out anyway. It's not like we're not putting the money out, we have to. So I think the investment now is, in the long run, the best money we can spend.
Yeah, first of all, pay it up front, means you pay less. Second of all, and I have seen this with other agencies across the state and across the country, getting a plan in place to pay off your OPEB and pension liabilities, and then starting to move on that plan and follow it, the rating agencies look very favorable. So,
It's probably, overrated by the rating agencies because so many districts don't do
Yeah.
it.
Right.
Anybody that does it, you
Shocks
really get a big bang.
Get the smelling salts.
so don't complain about it.
Exactly.
Well,
Okay.
All right.
All right, now let's take a look at the pensions. Your pension, your employees basically have two different benefit structures depending on when they were hired here at the district. For those employees that were hired prior to 2013, they're under a program that CalPERS refers to as their classic benefits that have been in place for a long time. Your benefits referred to as, for those people, 2.7% at age 55. Which means that if they retired at age 55, they would get 2.7% of their pay for each year, of their final pay for each year they work. And that would be the amount they get each year for the rest of their lives. If they retire before age 55 and they're eligible, they get a little less than 2.7. If they retire after age 55, they get a little more than 2.7. But the plan, if you talk to people at CalPERS, they refer to this as the 2.7 at age 55. 2012, Governor Brown basically pushed some pension reform that was passed by the legislature and signed into law, the Public Employee Pension Reform Act, usually referred to as PEPRA. One of the big things for that is that all employees who were hired January 1st, 2013 or later, all miscellaneous employees throughout the state go into the exact same pension plan, which is referred to as 2% at age 62 plan. So for those employees who retire at the age of 62, they get 2% of their pay for each year they work, multiplied by their final pay. So it's a reduction. It's still a solid benefit, but it's not as big as it was before. The other part of this is the employees now contribute half of the normal cost. So whatever it's going to cost, whatever the annual cost is for each year of service, the employee pays half and the agency pays half. When CalPERS was first set up in the 30s, the design was for the employee and the employer to pay the same amount. That got a little bit out of whack over time, and this was pushing it back. Now, the benefit's bigger. Under the classic plan, the employees right now are paying 8%, but you're actually paying more than 8% for those people.
Yeah.
So,
Why?
because you're paying more than half the normal cost.
Because the deal was they paid 8%. And it was more than that. It's more than 16% of their pay. So whatever the difference is, we had to pay that difference.
Yeah.
That's why it got out of whack. Because the deal was they paid 8%. So now they pay half, whatever it is.
Half the normal cost, yeah.
For the purple.
Right.
For the pay.
Pepper.
So where you are right now, you're unfunded as of June 30, 2017, which was the latest valuation released by CalPERS. They released them to your agency in July of 2018. You're using these to make your contributions in the 2019-2020 year. You have an unfunded liability of about $6 million. You're currently about 72% funded. If we compare that to the other sanitary districts around here, there are a couple that are less than that. There are a couple that are pretty much more, and then most of them are pretty much in the same bracket, 72 to 75% funded, all pretty close to each other. Your contribution for the 1920 year is scheduled to be $880,000, which is about 20% of your pay for those people. So that's the contributions you're making right now under your...
And so we pay 12% or they pay?
No, you pay 20%. You pay 20. Okay. The current employees pay 8. The Pepper employees are paying 6.75. They're paying half of theirs. But right now you're paying 20% pay. Now of that 20% pay, let's actually we're asking that question. Let me change the order just a little so I can deal with that question and I'll come back. This graph represents the contributions that you're making each year. The orange is your normal cost. That's the cost attributable to each year of service. So for Pepper employees, they're paying half of this. The purple amount down at the bottom is the amount extra you're paying to pay off your unfunded liability. Right now, the purple is about 1.5 times what Do I have that? No, right now it's about equal to. Yeah, the number I've got showing up is actually from out here when it peaks out. So right now, you're paying about the same in unfunded liability payments, about the same to catch up as you are for each year's payment. Over the next 5 to 10 years, the amount you're paying to pay off your unfunded liability is going to be increasing faster than your normal cost. So it's going to go from being about equal to your normal cost to being 50% more than your normal cost. So it's going to grow to be 2/3 or 60% of the payment over time. So it's going to keep increasing. This is actually a much smaller increase rate than we're seeing for a lot of agencies. I was having a conversation with an agency this morning where their unfunded liability payment is going to be triple their normal cost. It's going from right now being about equal to being triple over the next decade. The reason it's growing faster than everything else is because, first of all, CalPERS has made their actuarial assumptions a little more conservative over the past few years. They went from assuming that they were going to earn 7.5% and dropped it in a few steps to 7 3/8, 7 1/4, they dropped it down to 7. They made a few other changes. They expanded life expectancies, as long as people have health care. And so that increases your liability. If people are living longer and you're getting less of an investment return, you've got to put more in by contribution on your own. And CalPERS amortization policy, the way they have you pay off these new unfunded liabilities, they don't have you pay them off, start paying off the full amount immediately. They phase it in over 5 years so that you have time to react to it, find a spot for in your budget. That's a good thing. The bad thing is, by phasing it in, the amount you're paying now, that you think you found room for in the budget, is growing and growing and growing. So your agency seems to be able to handle this. Some agencies around the state are having a lot of trouble. So now this is where the contributions go. Let's go back to funded status. Funded status right now, as we mentioned, is about $6 million unfunded. The line at the top is your target liability. The line at the top to the bottom is your assets. They're coming together, but relatively slowly in the beginning. This is similar to how if you have a mortgage and you start paying off your mortgage. The first few years you pay off your mortgage, you're paying almost all interest, very little principal. You've got that going on right now. Mostly interest, very little principal. So you're not making a lot of progress. You want to be making much faster progress, you got to start getting ahead. And since every extra dollar is paying off principal, every extra dollar you stick in is going to start helping you make progress. On a funded percentage basis, right now, you're about 72% funded. You're going to stay in the same range if you stay on this path for the next few years, and then it'll slowly start to move up. You're scheduled to get to be 100% funded somewhere around 2040. You're probably somewhere out here, I think, yeah, you're about 70, yeah, anyway. You get to 90% somewhere around the early 2030s. So, for this bigger problem, more money, so we're suggesting taking this into two steps. First step is set a plan for the next few years. Over 5 years. Pick an amount that we think will get you to the right place eventually, but start down the path. Take another serious look at this. I mean, as long as things keep moving on the path and nothing strange happens, you don't take over all the sanitary districts around you. Or decide you can have robots do all the work, or I don't know what could happen. Market crashes, or shoots through the roof. As long as none of that happens and things keep on the same path, we'll take another big look at this in about 5 years. So stage 1 is take the first 5 years. Stage 2, then see, reassess, see what we need to do, either to get it done in another 5 or maybe another 6, 7 years, depending on where you are at that point in time. So we're starting with a 10-year plan. The 10-year plan would involve putting in an extra $450,000 a year for the next, starting in the next 5 years. And then after that, it will continue. Year 10, it would be a little less than the 450 to get you to the final spot. That would get you, if everything goes according to target, it gets you there. Now, what you're seeing here, just the first 5 years, the line at the top is the path you're going on right now with your unfunded liabilities. It's staying relatively steady. It's not changing much over the next few years. It's 6 million now. It's scheduled to be about 6.5 million 5 years from now. Not much change, even falling a little bit behind. If you make these extra payments, instead, you're trying to cut 2.5 million, you're down to about 4 million of unfunded liability. You've made significant progress in just 5 years. That's going to cut your, so if something goes wrong at that point, if you need to, if the roof collapses on your building, if you need to completely redo the sewage system, who knows what costs there are, you can stop at that point with the extra payments. You're ahead, your annual payments are lower than they would have been. Or you can look, see everything's still fine, your rates can stay where they are, and you can pay off the higher level and continue on to finish at that point.
Yeah, what I would like to point out for this graph, it's hard to see the x-axis, the lower axis, the center of it is the present day. So you're looking back in time to the left of the center of the graph, back to the year 2015.
Right about where that circle is that says 3.96 million, which probably can't be seen, that's today's date.
No, that actually is where you would be 5 years from now.
No, I'm looking at the dot, as a dot, not as a number.
Oh, right. This is 2018. So this is where we start and move forward from here. Yeah.
So if you ignore that what it is and think of it as a dot,
Yeah.
it's about where we are date-wise.
Yes.
So that's at the 450,000 more
450,000.
a year than we're doing.
Yes.
Right.
We're during
Now,
880.
in terms of what that does for contributions, your funded ratio would go in just 5 years, it would increase by 9%. It would go from 78% to 87%. So again, significant progress, moving in the right direction.
So is that 450,000 on top?
On top of the,
880,000?
yes.
So we're talking 1.3 or 4 million
right.
a year for 5
Yes,
years.
and in fact, this is the annual contribution under the current approach versus the 125,000 extra a year.
But you have to remember that if we pay this off, and as we get to paying off, once we pay it off, then our annual contribution drops significantly
Right, that's
forever.
what we're seeing right here. In year 11, it drops down, you start getting significant savings.
And what is that contribution in the 11th year?
I think it drops down, it's about 400,000 at this point.
So it drops.
So it drops from over $1 million.
$50,000 every single solitary year moving forward.
Right, in fact, what this graph also shows, the sentence at the top basically says that over a 25-year period, and it's a little more if you go over 30, over the 25-year period we're looking at right there, if you pay the extra money up front, the savings you get, you end up with a net savings of 1.8 million. So if you
And
make
that over what time?
25 years.
25 years.
Yeah.
I might be dead. I'm just kidding. Okay, 25 years. Hold on.
So, right, if you pay extra now, the amount you save is 1.8 million more than the amount you spent in the beginning. So this is like paying off a mortgage faster.
Right,
The faster you do it, the less
right.
you have to pay.
It's like principal.
Yep.
And principal only lessens the.
So the, now, 450,000 again is scheduled to pay off in 10 years.
Say that again, sorry.
This 450,000 extra would get the whole thing, if things go on track. And, yeah, we're sure it's not going to go exactly according to the schedule, but if they do, this amount extra will be enough to pay off in 10 years. If we stretch it to 11, 400,000 would get you to 11, 350,000 would get it out to about 12. So,
And when we talk in the Finance Committee about stretching it out rather than to 10 years, 12 years, What kind of numbers do we, again, Tony, remember saying on the possible need for a rate increase?
Well,
Tenths of, how many tenths?
Well, again, this is, it's 100,000 less per year to get you, and again, it doesn't work out as exact what happened. In the beginning, it's 100,000 less per year. Down the road, even before it switches over, the more extra you pay, the lower the amount CalPERS asks you for. So the difference is less than 100,000 a year by
This year.
by the 8th year, by the 9th year. But again, you're paying extra for a couple more
The
years.
reason we say 5 years is because we're looking at 5-year rate increase. And so
Yeah.
this is all tied together to us.
Yeah.
So your work is tied to Mark's work, which is tied to our work today in the next couple of meetings. Do you remember, Tom, what we
Well,
voted?
each 25,000 or so, say 0.1% on the rate increase, or required rates. And you
So-
make the mileage on something that occurs year after year, a one-time payment, boom, that, you get it once. Then you gotta, if you go back, then you gotta raise it back up again. If something that's ongoing, then, it's a permanent impact on the rate. And that's why we look at things like this. You look at, not just one-time hit item, but something that's ongoing, then it can affect the rate.
Did you get to the 450,000 because you wanted a 10-year, you wanted
Yes.
a
Yeah.
10-year outcome?
Yes.
And that's what we did.
That's what we asked you to do.
Let's lengthen the outcome.
But it seems like, I mean, again, given our budget, given how much work we do in capital, given change orders even, $50,000 is not a lot of money for this district's budget.
But there is a difference between 10 years and 11 years.
That's true.
And when we did 10 years and 12 years, it's a 100,000, it was $100,000.
turning it down.
And that's, it's, again, because the next conversation we're going to have is about rates. And we're trying to do everything we can to keep them as low as we can.
But I can't, I mean, I guess $50,000 in 1 year is not going to have, in my mind, can't have a major impact on the rates, but cumulatively,
Well, 100,000 a year does, and then if we add the OPEB, what were we saying, how much less was it?
25.
25. So now you got $125,000 less.
No, it was 75. We were going to lower this one 50.
Well, we're thinking back in 12 years, that would be 100,000, wasn't it? If we make it 12 years?
Each 50,000 you lower this adds 1 year.
Yeah, so it was 12, we talked about 12-year plan, dropping that to $350,000 a year, dropping the other one by $25,000 a year. So we're saving in our plan where we're increasing, we are increasing, of course, but in this increased plan, we've got a 6-year payoff on the OPEB, we've got a 12-year payoff on the unfunded pension liability, and we're lowering our increase by $125,000, which would give us the opportunity to lower our possible rate increases by about 5/10 of a.
Actually,
and we'll look at this after 5 years and maybe tweak it.
Right.
yeah, and we're going to do that anyway.
That's right.
But, yesterday, you told us 50,000 went a little bit longer than 11 weeks. It was 50.
I was doing that off the top of my head very quickly. I went back and I checked right after the meeting, and I reread it. So,
Well, these are options that we can consider.
Yeah.
I mean, we're trying, we can't give up something that we've got to do.
Right.
So this is an optional plan. If we do something like this, we're way ahead of the pack.
I think there's an analogy to fixing the pipes that were allowed
Yeah.
to decline over a long time. Public entities ignored these for a long time, and now we're starting to feel that.
That's exactly the same. You defer it and then you pay more.
okay.
Now, and we owe all this to the fact that some time ago, we signed up for GovInvest. Remember
Yeah.
the frustration we had with knowing how much we owed on the pension plans? Every time you get a new actuarial audit, even if we paid more, it went up.
Right.
And, and they're changing the rules on it, and then they're not going to get the investment they wanted for 2 years, and boom, back it goes up again, even though we paid more. And we couldn't analyze it. We really couldn't do it. So your data is our actual employees, isn't it?
It's your actual employees.
It's our actual employees, ages and everything. And so it's you know.
Real time.
For us.
Real linked, it was a good software to invest in.
It's a great program. I think you're going to sell it all over the state, I hope.
Well, I'm not on the sales side. So.
Is there any comments from the audience on this one?
Questions?
Okay. Ms. Tack?
I just have one, which is that my assumption is that all of this is based on CalPERS estimated return on investment.
Right now, this projection are set up assuming CalPERS hits their targets.
Right.
One of the things that we talked about in the finance committee meeting we had, and the software gives us the ability to do, is to look at what happens if CalPERS does not hit their targets. And if CalPERS, and this year it looks like CalPERS is not going to hit their targets.
Well, they haven't been, on average since 2008, they haven't.
Well, okay, 2008 was a Great Recession.
Well, of course, yeah.
The last 2 years, they beat their targets. Not necessarily by much. The year before they fell behind, the year before that they beat their target. Over a 20-year period, they've beaten their targets on average.
Sure.
The last 10 years they haven't. This year doesn't look good. I'm not an investment person, but I wouldn't place any bets on next year either.
Yeah, no one would.
So CalPERS has said that they expect in the short term, in the next 5 to 10 years, that they're going to fall a little below their targets. They expect to get 6 instead of the 7 that they're at. They're constantly working through their investment mix to do that. They do expect over the 30 to 40 year life of this to get a little higher than 7 on average. So they pay people a lot of money. They have some of the best experts. I'm guessing they know more than I do about this.
So what Ira told us
Thank you.
when we talked about this yesterday was that it's not going to happen that way. It's going to be different. There's an infinite number of ways it will happen. But at least we can analyze it. And sure, we're going to, if we get 6% returns, then Ira's going to run the numbers again, and it'll take us another 6 months to pay it off or something.
It's not going to be half, it's not going to be something so startling. This is a responsible way to attack this.
Right, and again, with the software, the staff can monitor where things are. If there are dramatic moves, we'll come back, we'll do another analysis, and we'll see what it takes.
And that's why you wanted the two-step program as
right.
well anyway.
I'm sorry, let's be clear. We have
That's great.
So we can keep track of these things.
Right, that's your staff.
This is,
Go
you know,
do this, right,
we're not
exactly.
going to have to worry, we'd love to have you back, but this is something that our staff will be
Right,
looking at constantly.
exactly.
It's
The
real time.
purpose is if things go even close to normal, your staff will pay attention to it, they'll bring it back to you, they'll let you know how close you are to targets, everything will be fine. If things are really moving dramatically, then you can call me back, we'll do more detailed analysis.
And that's what we didn't have before we invested
Right.
in Go Invest. We had to wait for the next actuary
We're like
report,
an ad.
and then we had a heart attack, and it's like, you know, where did that come from?
That's terrific.
If I can summarize the direction from the board tonight, it's to extend the funding strategy for the OPEB investment over a period of 6 years rather than 5, to the tune of $100,000 a year rather than $125,000 a year, and to invest, I think I heard $400,000 a year towards the
$350,000.
pension.
An additional $350,000 to make it 12 years, not 10 years.
Well, we said 50, but we thought it was going to take us to 12 years anyway. So if we do
100
100, it gets to 12.
350. We do an additional
Is that okay with
$357,000.
the board? And the impact is roughly 0.1% for every $20,000 to $25,000. So in other words, if we save $25,000 every year, it impacts our rate, like instead of a 4.1%, it would be a 4%.
I think that's reasonable as a finance committee, having pondered it.
We
I
spent a
think
lot of
it's
time on it.
reasonable. It's all based on a projection, so, right? It's so 10 years versus 12 years, 5 years versus 6 years, and
And-
any of it could change with the projection.
And let's be clear about one thing. Again, we've tied this investigation into our rate increase, and the rate increase will be, because it's a Prop 218, it'll be 5 years. But we can change our choices on investment every year. We're not tied to that.
Right.
So we can add more next year if we feel that it would be helpful, or less if we feel that we're in trouble.
Well-
So this is what we're projecting we'll do for 5 years, and I'd like to stick to it. But if something happens next year where we have additional income from from our ad valorem tax or something else happens where we get additional, we can say, hey, let's make it $100,000 more this year than we were going to, and just pay it down like you pay down your mortgage. It's a good
Okay, but
year,
if things don't change, we don't have the money to do that.
right? What's that?
If things don't change, if we don't get more than we projected on property tax, we don't have the money to add another 100,000.
That's right. And budget's not-
Unless we take it from capital.
Well, budget's not agreeable.
Yeah, that difference between those two things is not great to me. So you guys think that that's the way we should take
So,
it?
Doug, are you saying 350,000?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
And
saying
would you
350
vote
on the
out
pension.
300?
350
And 100.
and 100.
So can I make a motion on that?
Wait, Doug.
All right, I would,
Doug, let me just,
oh, I'm sorry.
so what about lower than 350? Did you consider that?
We did not.
You did not.
We wanted a plan, we were hoping for 10 years.
Real
So if you remember this,
decrease in the
it was
rate.
our last board meeting, or the one before that, where we were talking about doing this over a 10-year period, a 5-year period, and we just didn't feel we want to make it 15 years, or 16 years, or 17 years. So 10 is good for, I mean, that's, to me, that's an amazing achievement for this district, to be able to pay off our unfunded pension liability in 10 years. But we thought, gee, if we just make it 12, because again, we're doing the responsible thing by having this discussion in public on the pensions right now, right before we talk about the rate increase. And the public's not going to say we were burying anything, because we're not. 12 years doesn't seem too bad.
No.
But I don't want to do 18.
I don't either. And I think you don't get
It'd be a
your bang
different
for the
board
buck
then.
if you don't do enough. You spend the money, you're not getting where you want to be. And after 5 years, the pension isn't, the unfunded liability isn't going to, it doesn't drop dramatically.
8 years, I mean.
Yeah. It really starts to drop in the final years, so we've got to make a concerted effort on this.
So your motion.
My motion
I want to
is-
hear it before it's.
Okay, I would move that we direct staff to plan on paying an additional $100,000 towards our unfunded OPEB liability and an amount of $350,000 per year for our unfunded pension liability, and that plan be enacted for the next 5 years, barring any change by this board in the future.
So I have a question because I have wanted some information about 40% in comparisons. You're saying you want to just move ahead, Doug, and vote this on and not bring it back?
Well, we could bring it back anytime. I mean,
I thought this was recommendation, is the caption on the,
it is.
It is a
It's
funding
direction staff.
strategy, and staff was requesting direction, but as Board Member Kelly just pointed out, the board has the authority to change this policy direction at any time, even next month or the following month. It's something that we would revisit every budget, and so when the draft budget comes to the board in May, you could possibly revisit this
what do you mean
issue.
possibly?
Well, you could revisit.
It's on the budget. It's
in the budget.
all part of the budget. So
I don't
it's-
want to vote on it if we're not going to do a comparison on the 40%.
What are we going to learn on the 40%?
I want to know what other districts in Marin County, how many are there? Like,
There's a dozen or so
40% of.
in the region.
yeah, I would just like to know because that could change the outcome of it.
We
No, it
can't
can't.
change
No, it
that.
can't.
We can't change that
How
until
can we change it? We can
go
learn about
negotiate
it.
with the labor. It's tied to,
Can there be a point of order and just one person at a time, please? You're all talking to me at once. I don't think that's appropriate.
Okay, so.
So if you're the chair, if you could do some direction, I appreciate it.
What change?
So if it's not 40%, and we have a union contract coming up really soon, that could change some of these numbers.
I'm not going to get that information prior to setting our rates.
Okay,
We can learn about.
is that true?
I think what I would say is you have the information that you have at this point in time, and the decisions that you make about the funding strategy for OPEB and pension unfunded liability, and the decisions that you make about the rate setting can only be based on the information that you have currently. And that if future information comes to your attention, then, you know, you can make adjustments at that time. Again, at the
But
time.
I still think on this report, that information would have been nice to have it in there, so I could kind of look and see where other people are at. You're right, though, we can't change because that contract's not coming out. But I always really feel more comfortable when I see what other districts are doing to see if we're close, in alignment. Thank you for that.
And for the record, and I understand that, and I appreciate that, I didn't want to be in alignment on this issue. I want to be a leader.
What issue are you talking about?
Pension and OPEB
Okay, well,
liability,
that's a
unfunded pension
whole other
OPEB
ballpark. I'm
liability.
just
I
talking
want
about
to
that.
leave the county.
Yeah,
Not
we
the state.
recommend that you actually make a motion and provide direction to staff for the benefits that we've discussed. It sends a strong signal to the rating agencies. We're contemplating going out on the bond market to be able to deal with some spikes in our capital needs. So from a staff perspective, we think it's a good idea to provide us direction on a path forward to deal with OPEB pension.
We do have a motion,
Okay,
and we have a second from Michael.
Yes.
Discussion from the board. I would like to say that I think that 40% information, which is what others are paying, would be very useful to us when we're negotiating with our union. That's what we need it for. And I would like that one very good. Public, any comments from the public? Any further comments from the board? Roll call vote.
Forstein,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Meggs? Yes. Scylla?
Yes.
Gaffney?
Yes. Okay, so that has a direct impact then on the projections in the rate study.
Shall we go? Should we?
Thank you, Ira.
Is it too late
Thank you.
to?
Very, very good work on the whole time.
Thank you, Doug, for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
Now, Pamela, can we move 12 up, or do you have other
No,
people?
go for it. Or we're not going to do the other report out at the end, or is that?
Sorry, that's what the meeting.
Okay, so I'd like to move item 12 next.
Okay.
Oh, that.
It's a pleasure.
Okay.
I gotta go. We need to take a brief.
Okay,
rest time
5
and
minutes.
Recess.
This is item number 12, consideration of accepting the 2019 sewer rate study draft report and recommending the 12/2/18 notice appended to proposed increase in sewer service.
Good. Yes, I'll briefly introduce this as Mark Hildebrand, our consultant. It's the presentation ready. This is the second public meeting we've had on our sewer rate schedule. We had a study session that went over an hour last month's meeting and had a chance to look at a rate model and in an effort to be very transparent about what the district spends in different areas, operation maintenance, capital, dealing with unfunded liabilities we discussed in the last item, and other expenditures, and then coming up with a reasonable expectation of foreseeable future costs in these different budget categories, and then having that in a model alongside our existing revenue streams, which include the sewer service charges, which we're discussing today, as well as ad valorem property tax that we receive from a portion of our ratepayers. So at this point in the process, we're having Mark put together a draft report with recommendations based on the outcome of this rate model, which looked at those foreseeable expenditures alongside revenues and made a recommendation on a rate schedule for increases based on dollar amounts per year for different classes of customers. About 75% of our customers in the Ross Valley Sanitary District are single-family residents from Ross Valley, not really including Clarksburg, which was annexed in 1993. It has a different rate schedule because they don't send property tax, ad valorem property tax to our district to do capital work. So there are three, in addition to proposed rate schedule to meet expenditures, there are three recommendations in this report that relate to equity. One is to have the residents of Larkspur have a rate increase that then will match the overall contribution of the rest of the citizens of Ross Valley Sanitary District. They've been paying less for sewer service since 1993. And the second is to look at the issue of accessory dwelling units. Right now, there's a default. If you add an accessory dwelling unit to your property, you get the same EDU charge, basically double charge that you would have if you were just a single-family residence. That's just how this billing system's set up. We're proposing to have, instead of twice the rate, have it 1.5 times the rate in an effort to create an indirect incentive to encourage accessory dwelling units for the social, economic reasons to address the housing crisis. And then we also have a recommendation to adjust those commercial customers that don't have actual water use to still have a minimum charge, because it's not based on volume, because there's a fixed cost to have pipes attached to those commercial customers. So those are three elements of the proposed changes to our sewer rates, in addition to the sewer rate schedule for the next 5 years. So that's my introduction. I want to hand it over to Mark. We discussed this at length with the Finance Committee. We also had a Finance Committee meeting on April 4th. And we had two Finance Committees in March as well, in the first week of March and the day before the March board meeting. So we've really gone over this in detail, and fortunately he has the rate model here so we can actually show publicly what different assumptions, how they would affect the outcome of our meeting target budget to be able to make ends meet, be fiscally responsible here with the district. And we're looking at 5 years of rates, but we have a 10-year horizon that we're taking into account in this analysis. And with that, thank you, Mark.
Just point out that this presentation is available on that table for anybody who's sitting around that would like to get a copy of it.
And is this the same in the packet? This?
It's slightly, the one I'm presenting is slightly
Oh,
modified.
you're kidding. Spent 2
I
hours
guess.
on this.
But I mean, it's largely the same, just a couple of numbers are tweaked, particularly since we got new information on the OPEB
When
and
did you
pension
change
liability.
these numbers today?
It was today. Actually. So I'll be sure to point out specifically. It's on 3 slides where that happens. Actually, I'm going to grab a copy myself just so that I don't have to turn to see what slide I'm on. But thank you, Steve. I think that's pretty much everything I was going to say. So if you guys have any questions. All right. So you have seen a lot of this presentation from before, so I'm not going to spend too much time. But if you on the slides that you're familiar with, but if you want me to slow down at any point, please let me know. There are some new slides that get into more detail about the specific rates that we've calculated, as well as some of the topics that Steve touched on in terms of new classifications that we're looking at implementing. So the first slide here is the agenda. We're looking at, we'll first look at some of the financial outcomes since the last study.
I'm sorry, when you get to the changes,
Yes.
because I only know this to see where the changes were made.
Yes. I'll be very,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I will address those very directly. Then we'll look at some of the financial outcomes from the model. I was able to drop in the newest numbers that you just agreed to just now regarding the OPEB and the pension. So if you want to see those latest numbers, it is $50,000 different from what my model is already showing. It's $50,000 less. So as Tom pointed out, that equates to $50,000 is 0.25% rate increase, I believe.
0.25.
0.25, yeah, 0.25% one time. So that's the impact. And then we'll look at some of the preliminary results, and what's missing from here is we're going to actually look at some specific rates. So as I described before, the rate setting process involves doing the financial plan, looking at all the money coming in, all the money coming out, and understanding how much rate revenue the utility is going to need as a whole going forward, and considering different debt strategies and cash funding strategies. Then we do cost of service, where we look at different customer types, understand what kind of costs they drive, and what kind of rates they should be paying. How your different customers might be different. In this case, your 2 big customer classes is Larkspur service area versus Ross Valley sanitation, or Ross Valley service area, which we'll get into. And
Well, it's all Ross Valley.
Sorry?
Larkspur is also Ross Valley.
Right.
It's
So
everybody but Larkspur.
okay, everyone but Larkspur. And then your rate design largely is going to stay the same from what you currently have, and we'll get into some of those details. So as we talked about during the last meeting, I looked at the last study that was done in 2014 to understand whether the projections that were made 5 years ago held true, and to what extent you were in this financial position that was predicted by that 2014 study now. And by and large, the study was relatively accurate. Obviously, it wasn't perfect, they never are. So I tried to identify the specific areas where it was a little off. And the first thing I noticed that the CMSA costs that were projected 5 years ago are actually 6% higher now than they were expected to be. Your O&M costs are 15.6% higher, but we talked about how that might just be a reclassification of your costs. You used to capitalize a lot of your salaries and benefits for capital projects, and you started calling them operating costs. So it was really probably just a matter of reclassification rather than an increase in costs.
You're on the,
On slide,
I asked that question to staff, and they said they didn't know why.
I'd like to respond to that if I may, Director
Yeah,
Meggs.
'cause
I forgot. But that is the exact correct.
Said there was no information documented.
Well, we discussed this
I
at the
didn't-
last meeting.
I didn't know, yeah, and we've had this conversation actually in the past. We don't know what assumptions HF and H made when they projected their operation costs going forward, but we do know that a couple of years ago, the district decided to stop capitalizing our in-house labor costs.
And we switched it over.
And we switched over to our operating costs.
Okay.
So that could very well be, I don't know if that accounts for the entire 15.7%, but it would certainly account for a good
And
percentage.
that's just a reclassification, it's the appropriate reclassification.
It's a lot.
You know, I understand when we hire outside firms, all of their labor, what's the cost, so we don't care, it's one big number, is in the capital project. But somebody who comes to work here every day is not related to the capital changes that's going to happen on Sir Francis Drake in San Anselmo next month.
Right.
So it's the correct thing to do.
So I apologize, Director Meggs. I was actually in the slide that we were looking at, but I neglected to point it out at the time of our conversation.
Thank you.
and then the capital spending that you've seen over the last 3 years was very consistent with what the plan called for, which is, as I mentioned last time, a testament to having a plan and executing on the plan, particularly when it was as big of a plan as it was, you know, very aggressive and very ambitious at the time, and the district delivered on that plan. So I thought that was a really good indication in terms of the district's commitment to going through with what it planned to do. And then the near-term capital planning spending is going to be significantly higher than it has been historically and higher than what that 5-year plan expected, and that's largely driven by the remediation projects as well as the purchase of the building. Those two really large projects that are both happening next year, and they're creating a spike in the capital spending. Oops, skipped one. So cash balances, this slide has not changed. This just gives us a snapshot of where the cash balance was back on July 1st, 2018. There is $16.6 million in bond proceeds that are being used to pay for capital projects this year, which will be expended all this year. Your revenue, current revenue, this just shows that about a quarter of your revenue comes from ad valorem property tax, and 73% comes from your service charge. The next slide, I believe this one's going to be slightly different in the salaries and benefits. Is this number that's up on the slide different? 6,463,000. Ms. Meeks?
No, that's the same.
Is that the same number? Okay.
No, I'm looking at the old.
Can I stop you for a second?
I'm looking at both. I think it looks easy.
I'd like to ask a question of staff. Does Stephen, please? I know, I'm so sorry. Do you know what the total capital, our total current expense for percentage-wise for our OPEB and our pension liability?
Yes, I did get that information. So percentage of operating and maintenance costs, pension is approximately 3%,
Okay,
and OPEB is less than 0.5%.
thank you. All right.
So is this,
That's total.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, total.
Is this different from the number that you have there, the top line? the 6,460,000?
No.
That's the same?
You've rounded them to thousands, is the only difference.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, that's all.
Yeah, good.
You did rounding.
I did rounding, correct. So I
Good,
did
we like
rounding.
that.
Yeah. But the number's largely the same. So the footnote at the bottom is probably different. So here's where I said specifically that the latest assumption that I made, based on conversations that I had with the Finance Committee yesterday, was that we should do $100,000 per year for the OPEB liability and $400,000 per year for the pension, and that just went down to, so a total of 500, just went down to 450 something.
That's right.
Right. You good? Some key financial assumptions. So these just describe some of the cost escalation percentages that we assumed. The CMSA cost escalation is a known number that was provided to us by CMSA themselves in terms of what they expect the rates to go up by over the coming years, 3.5%. The general cost escalation and property tax revenue escalation are both based on knowledge of how the market's behaved recently and how the property tax revenue has increased over the last few years based on value, home values going up. I changed the interest rate here that used to say 4%. I changed it to 3.84 because that's what your Raymond James, your bond advisor is telling you it's going to be. They have an asterisk on there saying that it includes some, market conditions or 0.25%, something or other. They do lots of, they don't keep it simple with it. But so what I've done is I'm not actually using this 3.84% at all. I've taken the debt service schedule that they provide us. They gave us, for the $35 million bond that's being proposed, they gave us the 25 years of debt service. I just took all of their numbers and I plugged it straight into the model. So, and those, their debt service changes from year to year based on different things that they consider. So, rather than trying to figure out their algorithm, I just drop their number straight in. It's the most reliable number that we have. Okay. So, this slide has not changed from what you certainly have. I guess what I'd like to point out here is that the graph probably looks identical to what you saw last time in terms of the spikes and whatnot. It's kind of hard to tell in the graph what's changed. So I added a box here to describe, in terms of the capital spending, these are the changes that have happened since a month ago when we met. So we did add a $4.5 million gravity sewer project in fiscal 1920, so for next year. That was originally scheduled to happen in fiscal 28, I believe, was when it was originally scheduled. So that got moved forward.
Okay, but it was further out. Yeah.
It was further out. It was 5 or 6 or 7 years out, and now it's next year. We added a $500,000 pump station improvement project for next year. We increased the remediation project estimate by $1.7 million based on the most recently available numbers. And then in the out years, in fiscal 27, 28, 29, 30, originally what we saw there was a drop. It was, we saw sort of in 2026 it was 10 million, and then we saw a drop to 7 or 6 million for the last 4 years. And in talking to Catherine, I believe that was just simply, it's so far out that we don't really have a good beat on what those projects were. So I thought it was, and we thought it was more representative to keep the levelized capital spending at sort of a $10 million level. It's not really, it's not going to affect your rates right now, but just in terms of the 10-year horizon, we thought it was more conservative and probably more realistic to expect levelized capital spending to be about $10 million a year at that point.
Number one, why is SRF funded in parentheses? What does that mean?
State revolving funds.
Oh, I know what it means, but why does it say that? Why are we putting it in as we're going to spend it, but it's state revolving funds? Do we think we're going to get state revolving?
We are going to apply for state revolving funds, but we don't know that we'll actually receive state revolving funds.
Yeah. We lay even odds, 50-50.
Really?
Yeah.
That's better than I've ever heard for state revolving funds.
Two things on this I wanted to point out. The increase in the Lawrenceburg remediation went by 1.7 beyond what we've already talked about in the past. These bids are not out yet, so we don't know what we're going to get, right?
That's right.
I mean, because we're just starting to put these bids out. We could get lucky.
The engineer's estimate came in since the last study session, and it came in higher than,
So that's what this is.
yeah.
But I'd also point out, well, because this is something we talked about in the Finance Committee, I want to be clear for the rest of the board and for the public. We did not, in any of our projections, put in benefits from selling Larkspur Landing.
Right.
So when that sells, we're going to get a big fat bonus somewhere.
Or leases, right?
But of course, let's keep in mind that we want a Comcast building. We plan on selling the Kerner building. We hope to make a profit on that. We should make a profit on that. That's not in any projections either, so that's...
The sale of the building is in there, yeah.
We did.
That one's in there.
That one we did put in
We're
there.
assuming $3 million for the sale of the current.
Okay, so we got that in there, but we don't have Larkspur.
Correct.
Well, if and when we sell Larkspur, it becomes a taxable event bond-wise. And so we have to use the proceeds, some of the proceeds we get to call bonds.
Okay.
So like if we get 10 million and we pay 8 million for the remediation, we got to call $8 million for bonds.
Okay.
Which is, that's still a benefit to us, we don't have to pay that sort of stuff.
Back to my SRF question.
Yeah.
Isn't that like, aren't SRF loans like free money? Like,
They're reduced
incredibly
interest.
low interest?
2%
Okay.
or less.
Some of them have a bonus grant, but not all of them.
Okay.
A standard state revolving fund is just a loan. It's a substantially lower interest rate, but somewhat higher onerous reporting
Yes.
requirements. But there are some state revolving fund loans that are actually grants. Usually, those grants are given to low-income portions of the state, and I don't think we fall into a lot of those grant applications, but some of them we might.
We got a grant at CMSA for a power project.
That's right.
Yeah, for the study, that's his
But also the funds are designated only per project, is that correct?
Yeah, it's
So
capital.
like,
But
we can only get 4.5 million.
Right, but the other benefit of it is the interest on the state revolving fund only begins to accrue once you start spending the money. You can get a $3 million state revolving fund loan. If you only take out $1 million this year, you're only accruing interest on that $1 million. If you take out the next $1 million the next year, then you've got $2 million in accrued interest. But the other $1 million that you didn't, it's not like a bond where you're taking it all at once and the interest accrues immediately. So it's a real benefit.
It behaves like a credit line.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to pull you off. I probably wish you hadn't put that parent up.
We'll talk about it right now, actually.
Okay, but what it means, like,
Slightly.
that if we don't get it, you have to finance it somewhere
Correct.
at a higher rate.
Got it.
Yeah, and that has influenced our revenue bond project.
Yeah.
The risk that the SRF funding might not come through. And bringing this project up was actually a nod toward the town of San Anselmo and getting projects done timely to coordinate with other infrastructure projects going on. So that's why, there's many moving parts.
So speaking of your debt strategy, we are assuming that while you're in the process of issuing a $35 million bond, primarily to help with those really large one-time expenses that we mentioned before, the Larkspur Landing and the purchase of the building. And then we also talked about funding that $4.5 million gravity sewer with an SRF loan if it can be obtained. If it can't be, then we're talking about the use of your reserves to sort of absorb that in the short term, and then potentially deferring some projects or finding some other way to debt finance it. So you'll cross that bridge when you get there. So there is, a little bit of risk in terms of financial planning goes, assuming that we're going to get an SRF loan for this project, and that it won't hit your reserves. There is, we need to be mindful that there is the possibility, as Steve pointed out, it's 50-50. So if it were not to get funded, at that point you would need to talk amongst yourselves about either finding a short-term debt alternative or cash financing it and potentially deferring some other projects to make.
Or doing
make
it
room.
further out, like we got initially talked about.
Yes, however, my understanding of that particular project is that it's probably going to break ground before you know whether you get the SRF loan.
Okay. I thought it was all put out. for that.
Because of other people.
So we're trying to coordinate with the town, and this is the next sequential part of the project. You know, in my verbal report, I'll give you an update on the one before this one. And we're making progress in terms of getting that leg of the project. It's a three-legged project, and this is the third leg.
Is that coming out of the 16 million then? Is it coming out of the 16 million of the bonds we
The
have?
bond proceeds that you
We already
currently have.
have currently?
Those are spent.
Well, that's funding the current capital projects, yes.
So no.
No, the answer.
I was referring to those 16 million.
Yeah, that's it.
Wait, don't go over going forward. Don't miss it.
Okay.
This is his favorite topic.
Yeah, I mean, but it is important because, you know, when I first started this project, you know, it was very, you know, staff was very clear with me, and the finance committee was clear that this district is trying to get to a point where you can reach a pay-go model, pay-as-you-go. So stop issuing debt for your capital projects, because when debt piles on top of debt, piles on top of debt, you end up with a really large amount of debt service that are paying for past projects. Debt is appropriate for times when you have spikes in your capital spending for unusual projects such as huge remediation projects or large property purchases. But if you're just talking about your annual repair and replacement program, you really should try to get to a point where you're cash financing those projects, and that's what this financial plan is doing for you. We are going to be talking about some rate increases, but the idea is that once you get past this spike of spending here, which we're going to debt finance, we want to be able to cash finance your projects going forward, and that's what this financial plan is going to
See,
do.
that's a classic example of using debt when you have those spikes. And if we get up to a level, 10 million a year is a lot of capital.
That's right.
And,
Well,
so it should be paid,
in particular,
not borrowed.
it's a lot of capital, but being that we've had to, because we're under a court order, spend so much money over the last 5 years, the last 3, the next 2, we're getting a lot of projects done, huge amounts right now, and then we should be able, look, I think pay-go should always be the way you work. But I think what we need to do, I'd like to see a slide going backwards, which we don't have, is how many years do we not have rate increases here? And that's why, and plus that's a long time, go back a long time.
I did show that at the study session last month, and I can bring that up. But
Okay.
there were flat periods. It was a pattern of abrupt spike raises in rates, 3 years of flat, abrupt spike rate,
And that's no way to run an organization.
and that was historic.
Class
And also, I
not to do that.
think it's worth reminding folks, especially if you're here in the public, that the average age of a pipe in Ross Valley Sanitary District is 64 years old.
And you know what, isn't that the exact same as the average age of our population?
I just lobbed that up for you. But that's different than a place like Fairfield
Yeah.
or Vacaville. You know, we have, and then we have very challenging places to build, to rebuild the system, and very narrow roads that would never meet any fire engine radius, you know, that you have in a new development in California. So these, combination of aging pipe, challenging construction conditions for rehabilitation necessitate a commitment on the capital program at this level and, going forward. The 10 million is not an unreasonable budget for this system.
And so this graph shows the same capital spending, but it shows it in terms of how much we're going to cash finance and how much we're going to debt finance it. So you can see that this spike is largely debt financed, the dark green, and then going out into the future, all the light green represents cash financing. So that's where the financial plan is taking us. Changes. As I mentioned before, is that we increased the bonds to 35. It was 30 million during the last presentation, and we added this 4.5 million SRF loan. Your reserve policies, you have 3 of them. We made some recommendations, the studies made some recommendations on some slight modifications, but basically keeping the same reserve policies that you currently have in place. The operation and maintenance fund balance is equal to about 6 months of your operating budget, so about $9 million in the current fiscal year. And your emergency reserve is 10% of your operating budget. So those two, we're calling those minimum reserve levels because those are reserves that should be kept in place in case of an emergency, in case of something unexpected, in case of something that we didn't plan for in the financial plan. So when we develop a financial plan, we don't want to plan to go below those levels because we're including everything that we're planning for. If there's anything that we didn't plan for, then we're not going to have the reserves that are meant to protect us against unplanned events. On the other hand, we have this third reserve, which we call our capital improvement replacement fund balance. And that reserve, the purpose isn't to plan for the unexpected, it's to allow your capital spending to have small spikes without having to make rate adjustments. So that's something that we know will happen, and we are allowing ourselves to operate underneath that reserve sometimes and trying to get to it eventually to address spikes in your capital spending. So we're calling that a target reserve rather than a minimum reserve. And you'll see that in our next slide.
So that's 3 million at the bottom?
Yes, yeah, that's
And
okay.
we don't have a policy for that currently, right? We only have 2 policies.
Sorry, you have a policy for all 3?
We do.
The capital improvement one is listed there at the top, the first bullet. The current policy is 50% of your recent annual capital spending plus your debt service. And what we found is that's a really large number. That would be half of your current capital or recent capital spending would be 20 million-ish, plus your debt service, which is another 2 million, I believe. So that'd be a reserve. Instead of 3 million, it would be over $20 million reserve based on recent capital spending. So that's what we're proposing. It's outsized, but it's also extremely volatile. So the sort of thing that if you do have spikes based on the wording of that policy, that reserve's going to jump up and down, which isn't really how targets should be relatively stable. So we're proposing 50% of the average annual forecasted capital spending, and that ends up being 3%. Or sorry, 3 million.
We haven't been able to fund that reserve at all because of our huge amount of capital expenditure. And of course, the policy then by the state, but it was virtually impossible to do. And so we really don't have any money in the capital reserve. What we do is we just plan to finance the projects we've got plans. We don't give a contract out without the money to pay for it. But we don't have a capital reserve there, and just these 2 reserves.
Right.
And
You agree with
I think it's think of these as the minimum reserve is something you have to have, and the capital reserve is something that'd be nice to have.
Pamela asks if you agree with what I said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's been the last, looking retrospectively on what you've done here for the last couple of years, that's where you've operated. But the throughput has been substantial.
Okay.
The cease and desist order had high expectations. And you're playing kind of a catch-up game on capital. This is work that probably should have been done through the 90s and 2000s that wasn't.
So I want to ask about the reserve. Is this the right time?
Sure.
It's emptied out right now in reserve.
We did.
I thought we took all of it out to buy the Comcast
We dipped
building.
into our operating reserves to pay for the,
I'm sorry.
we dipped into our operating reserves to pay for the Comcast building. And the board executed a resolution of reimbursement to reimburse those operating reserve funds upon receipt of the bond proceeds. So when we at some point in the future, when we anticipate issuing the bonds, we're going to take some of that bond money and reimburse our operating reserve fund.
Yeah.
But
And
we
so
didn't
saying
clean
it
it out.
another way.
We didn't clean out our reserves.
No, not at all. And that's.
Well, I didn't know I knew we paid cash, but I was wondering how it all
What's our reserve at
came
20,
down
was it
because
21?
Okay, so.
We dipped into it.
Yeah, I know we knew we dipped into it. No, she used the word cleaned out. When you clean out the kitty,
Yeah.
it's clean.
We talked about how we were going to.
like flushing.
Yeah.
Okay, we went over this in great detail in February. We were very transparent. And we were careful about this, and we told the public, you, all the details of how much of which reserve we were going to dip into to be able to, and then we issued a resolution creating an exception to our reserve policy, and you approved it. And
I
that,
just double checking because I wasn't
and
sure.
so that enabled us then to be able to use those reserves, quote unquote, for the very type of eventuality that they're intended to be for, which is an unusual circumstance such as the need and opportunity to establish a long-standing need for headquarters. You know, that's a perfect example to create an exception to a reserve policy. And so we went through that in detail, and we were able to borrow a little bit from the operating reserve, and then issue a resolution to promise that when we were to get a revenue bond issue, to promise to reimburse that reserve account. So we've been stepwise through the last 2 board meetings really discussing that.
Okay.
You have a reserve because sometimes you need it. If you don't ever need the reserve, don't have it.
Yeah, that's just taking too much money from the ratepayer.
Yeah. And so we thought about it, and we used it for that purchase, but we do need to keep it, so we're going to pay it back.
So on this next slide, we see the difference between, so on this, in the middle portion of the slide, you see a dark line at about $10 million. That's your minimum reserves we talked about. And then the dotted line is the added $3 million for the capital improvement reserve. So the dashed line would be your target reserves. So the reason I included this slide, which shows your reserves dropping from $20 million and then going down towards below your minimum reserve, is because these are the rate increases that we discussed at the last meeting. And I just wanted to be transparent about how the numbers have changed since that last meeting. So the fact that we added the $4.5 million project for next year, and the fact that we increased the bond to $35 million, as well as some other minor adjustments to your finances, means that the rate increases that we talked about during the last meeting are no longer adequate to pay for the next 5 years and the financial, or the 10-year financial plan.
That crushed our hopes.
I know, that was my reaction. What happened to 3 and 4%? But then I saw the box.
So that's just for transparency. Then the next slide.
But my comment on Mark's slide is I think he should put more information on each slide.
And make the numbers smaller there.
We're gonna,
So what is the deficit
the
between
deficit.
this one and the last one? Because there's no rates for this scenario.
The rates are the percentages, so I'm not putting specific rates because it depends on the customer class, but the percentage is the second to bottom
Yeah, I
row.
saw that.
So those are the rate revenue increases that are being proposed, and it's in all 3 of the graphs that will be shown. So the second slide is not necessarily recommended, but this would be if we're going to just do a one-time rate spike to try to get back on track immediately and then have levelized rate increases thereafter. It would be a 12% rate increase for next year, and then it would levelize at about 5% for the next 5 years. So that would get us back to the 4.9% that we talked about during the last meeting. But the 12% sort of represents, that's what's changed since the last meeting now, is we had to go from 4.9 in the first year to 12%. And I understand that there's you're trying to avoid large spikes, you'd rather see the rates levelized, so that's why this is not recommended, but just there for a reference point.
And why 12%?
So 12% is
It
what...
seems like you could even those percentages out for the following years after.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the last slide does, which is on slide 15.
That's the only difference between this and the...
Correct, yeah. It's the only difference is that I'm doing exactly as you suggest, which is levelize or sort of flatten the rate increases across the 5 years. So the recommended approach would be 7%, 7%, then 666. And after that point, it would go to 3% rate increases. Now, we did have a meeting with the the finance committee yesterday, and we talked about some other options, and I do have some backup slides which reflect some different numbers that we could talk about.
Including the fact that we just talked about the change in the OPEB and the...
And that as well, so I'd be happy to go into the live model to show you what that looks like and play around until we get to a number that we're happy with.
Say like on 2025, you're below the, the land is below the recommended reserve.
Yeah, the
So
target reserve.
I don't think you should put 3s there, then should it be like 3.5 or something like that?
To get it up to, all the way up to
Yeah, you go underneath.
Yeah, we could. We could. I mean, we're not making recommendations.
We're not doing anything.
Yeah, we're not adopting.
We're only dealing with 5 years.
We're doing 5 years. So the 3 years is just sort of a
We'll be back.
representative. It holds it steady and it's almost there. So, but you're right. It could be 3.5%.
So the other thing to point out is that it's a revenue increase. It's not a rate increase. And for example, that's total revenues increase.
Right.
And it translates into a rate sheet.
Mhm.
So what are those percentage, what would the,
Well, see, that's...
that distinction was lost on me until this moment.
It depends on whether you're
Does
living in
that mean
Larkspur or
that-
San Selmo.
What's that?
It depends on whether you're living in Larkspur or San Selmo.
I got it.
In year one. In year one, everybody's rates are going to be different from one another because of some of the structural changes that we're talking about, the cost of service and the use of property tax. In year 2 and beyond, everybody's rates will go up in lockstep together based on whatever percentages we see here.
And so in year 1, Larkspur will end up paying more than 7% increase?
You'll see, I have a slide that shows exactly how every customer class will be affected.
Okay, got it.
So, before I move on to the next one, do you want me to go to the backup slides that show the percentages? Okay, so we want to go to the back here. So these are very slightly different from what we talked about after talking to Felicia this afternoon. What we're showing here is instead of 666 with the change in the pension, not including the $50,000 we just saved just now. Because
Can you just go to the live model then?
we could, yeah.
Let's just do that.
Is it in the
I'm going
packet?
to the live
No,
model.
you created
This is what he messed with us this afternoon, but we
Probably
just
should be
changed
on
it
the other
tonight.
side of the podium if you want to see the
So I'm going to
numbers.
just go to the live model.
Okay, we can.
Because he
Don't
don't...
another 50,000.
He's not going to...
Okay, we'll see
I
another
can't
50,000.
think,
We did not
Anything for an excuse to get more snacks. That's really good.
Yeah, no, I'll just stay here. No, you can leave it. Actually, that's a good point. I don't want to go back and forth. So it's on here? Okay. And I can grab it, it's not going to hurt. Okay. Actually, I have one here already. So.
wow.
The different project.
You did put more on
I
this.
was going to say, so do you have where people go to school?
Okay, so in the operating expenses right here, I just changed this to the $450,000 that we just talked about.
Yeah.
450 total between OPEB and
That's right.
liability.
Yeah.
So, right now, this is that same slide. Sorry, let's see if we can hide some stuff for you.
Oh, no, we can see it.
So I don't want to manipulate this, let's leave that
wanted
here.
more.
We've got the line. Let's finish the PowerPoint, and then we can take maybe a question from the audience, and then we can manipulate. I don't really want to manipulate,
Oh,
just want to bring it up.
Okay.
That slide shows
6.8.
the
this is the last.
reserve,
Yeah.
and that's changed, so that angle has changed. We're closer to the reserve on that one than we are now.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay, yeah. So these are the rates that you see on slide 21 in your
Right.
handout, but with the change and the $50,000 less.
Right.
So yeah, you can see that you're crossing this line a little bit sooner. You're closer to it by a little bit. Obviously, this is a scale of $10 million, so $50,000 a year isn't going to move it tremendously. But it does get you closer throughout these years. So I would say that these rate increases are probably still pretty relevant, even with that $50,000 reduction in expenses. But so this is a little bit lower than the 77666 that we show on the normal package.
Okay.
Get it broken out.
All right, if we didn't go back to that one,
Okay. That translates to about $5 a year
no.
for a ratepayer.
For the
Oh,
ratepayer.
for ratepayer, sure.
$5. So that was the change, was $5 a year change.
Hey, what's a sandwich?
A sandwich.
Over 365 days.
Small latte.
One Starbucks.
5 a month.
No, it's
$5 a year.
A year.
By knocking it down 2%, or 2.2%, that's just $5 a year change.
Okay, so that's the financial plan. That's the outcome from the financial plan. So we'll want to circle back at the end and decide which percent increases the
Yep.
board agrees on. Now I'm going to switch gears and get into the cost of service and rate design portion of the study. So first we start with summary of accounts. So this just puts into perspective your different existing customer classes. I guess my pointer doesn't work. So we have Ross Valley and Larkspur and the different existing customer classes that you have here, number of accounts, your billing EDUs, so equivalent dwelling units, and then the number of dwelling units. So obviously, single family is going to have the number of the number of accounts is going to be identical to the number of dwelling units by definition. You do have a group of single family that have ADUs, and so those are going to be 2 times by definition, since it's a single family plus an ADU. It's, the number of dwelling units will be twice the number of accounts that you have.
Well, that's what it is now.
Correct.
And then you have the Ross Valley outside Larkspur on the top of the table, and the Larkspur accounts at the bottom, so you get an idea of the percentage.
Right. Yeah, so you can see that there's, about 6 times more. 6 times? 4 times more.
You have includes Marin Park, but all of this includes Marin Park?
No, the asterisk is on the Ross Valley. So I had to decide where to include the Marin Park, which is about 100 accounts. I had to decide where to put it from a revenue standpoint. You're receiving Ross Valley rates from them, and so that's why I included them.
Okay.
Even though geographically it might be more accurate to put them in Larkspur. Okay, so a lot of your rate structure that you currently have is being retained. So 1 single family equals 1 EDU, a multifamily equals 0.9. That's a rounded number, but it's 0.896 based on the last study. We talked about the last study, we looked at the assumptions, and we agreed that recommendation still stands, so that they will keep the same allocation or assignment of EDUs. And in the commercial also will stay at 215 gallons per day during wintertime water usage. Then you have high strength EDUs, which are multiplied by 2.34. So those are all things that were adopted during the 2014 study. I reviewed them, I discussed them both with the committee and with staff, and we agreed that these are all things that are still relevant now, are still applicable, and don't need to be changed. What is changing are these 3 topics. So we're going to talk about accessory dwelling units, what to charge them. We're going to look at the way that you treat property tax contributions from the Ross Valley customers, the non-Larkspur customers, and then a minimum charge for commercial. So accessory dwelling units, as you know, are either attached or detached. It's something that the state has been trying to really encourage over the last 5 to 10 years through a series of state-level laws that are removing barriers at the local level for building accessory dwelling units, and that's largely to address the housing crisis that exists throughout California, and Ross Valley is no exception in terms of the affordability being an issue. So the district is interested in playing its role in trying to promote affordable housing, so we wanted to look at this accessory dwelling unit. Right now, when there's an accessory dwelling unit, the policy is to charge them for 2 units, so they pay twice
They
they don't have separate meter. And so there's no way for us to know how much water is being used by your typical ADU. What we do know is just by sort of anecdotally how ADUs are used, which is they're usually a single inhabitant doing a long-term rental, or if it's two people, lots of times that's a Airbnb or some sort of short term, in which case it goes empty during the week and it's used on the weekends, that type of thing. So with that sort of pattern, we thought it would be appropriate to assign it a half of an EDU.
Shouldn't an ADU though have a certain square footage to make it an EDU?
Now,
Because most communities have their ADUs defined with a certain square footage. If they're excessive, they're not, they're very large.
right.
And then they have the amount for how tiny they can be.
Right.
So we don't have that language.
You don't have that language. Right now, you are limited to what the county reports. So the way that we are charging these is if the assessor's list of properties shows use code 11, which is single family, improved single family, and then it shows 2 dwelling units, then we know it's an ADU, it's a single family with 2 units. So if the county has recognized a second unit on a single family development, then we're charging them for the ADU. Otherwise, you don't have anything in place for the district itself to come up with your own definition and to track who's got an ADU.
Because certain towns are very strict
Yes,
on ADU specs.
right,
The counties loose with their,
right,
they always have been loose with building and development.
right.
So I think maybe that's a discussion we could look at. I mean, I would really like to have some kind of parameters on defining what an ADU is. So anyway, I just wanted to toss that out.
It's a hot topic. I've got 3 or 4 of my clients who are asking me exactly the same thing. How do we get the information from the county? The county data is terrible. What can we do at a local level to?
We're mixed. We
Right.
have, no, we're all townships, except for Marin Park.
I don't think we can do it on square footage though, because we don't have that information and we have no way of getting it.
Yeah, you do. You talk to the
How would we get
owner.
it?
I don't know, but I know that Fairfax and other towns have their ADUs defined. Because if you're talking about affordable housing, that's cool. There's certain specs for that. If you're talking about an Airbnb, as the controversies.
Sure.
Are you
So
talking
anyway.
about the accessory?
Yeah, ADU.
Yeah. Well, kind of the purpose of this is to kind of get ahead of the curve on trying to encourage, additional housing. And so, we currently charge 1 unit for, and trying to, as Steve explained it, try to get ahead of the curve and recognize that maybe for this type of, improvement, along with the nonprofit housing, which would be way too low capacity. So that's what this is. And I mean, we can complicate it, I suppose, but
The way this would be implemented is we get the tax rolls from the county and all the town information, everything is in those spreadsheets, and it just.
and they don't have square
And
footage.
it shows single family, has a single family code, and then it shows the number 2 instead of the number 1. And so what we've been doing is just multiplying by the 2. And so we get all the information from the towns or the county. We don't determine it ourselves. We trust the information.
And the county uses the number of kitchens to determine how many each.
And so what we propose to do is instead of, what we have been doing is just charging double, to these folks who have developed ADUs. The proposal would be the first in Marin County, would be to apply 1.5 for all of these accounts. And you saw the earlier table, there's about 200 to 400 accounts, so it's not major. But it may change in the future based on affordable housing initiatives. And we rely on the information from the towns and the county to determine, applying that factor. We do that now, and we continue to do it, we just apply a lower factor.
So on revenue, what loss is that then for us? About 400 units?
It's pretty minor, in the scheme of things, it's 400.
So if you look at a single EDU is usually about, it's going to be about $900, and so losing a half an EDU is going to be 500. If you multiply that by about 160 accounts, I think we just, no, sorry, 200 and, how many was it? 260 accounts, about 70 accounts, so 270 times 500 is the revenue impact. About. But yeah, I mean, it's possible that the local municipalities, the cities, keep better records than the county. The cities are the ones that go through the permitting process. And the disconnect that I've seen is that sometimes the city's permitting agency either doesn't report, or when they do report these ADUs to the county doesn't get it onto their rolls properly. So there is a disconnect there. So you could coordinate with the cities, they might have better data. It does complicate things, and I think that
We'll just see what happens.
the other thing is that this right here is going to encourage people with ADUs to self-report. If they see they can get $500 off a year on their sewer bill,
If they're legal.
this is going to encourage them to
Yeah,
come out
you're
and,
right,
and,
right, if they're legal.
right, if they're legal, right?
Yeah.
So going out and finding all the illegal ones
Yeah.
isn't. I think it's better just to let them come to you, right? I don't know if the $500 will be enough, but because I don't know what it costs to permit an ADU. So that's our recommendation there. The property tax revenue application. So as you know, you currently collect about $7.4 million in tax revenue from everybody who's not in Larkspur. And so I'm calling those your Ross Valley service area, even though I understand everybody's in Ross Valley. For sake of simplicity, I'm calling them your Ross Valley service area. So you have 18,786 Ross Valley EDUs. So if you take the 7.4 million that you collect from those customers and divide by the number of EDUs, that comes up to $395. So that is the amount of credit that they should be getting against their sewer bill. That's how much less they should be paying than Larkspur customers. Right now, the difference is between 238 to 269, depending on what type of customer you are. So if we were to increase the credit to this amount, the benefit to the Ross Valley customers will be about $126 per EDU, and it represents $710,000 revenue that we'll be collecting from Larkspur customers rather than from Ross Valley customers.
Well, that's the total.
The total
That's
additional
what I
revenue that you'll be collecting from one rather than the other.
Per year.
126 times 3,000.
The total is 7.4 million. It's this number up here.
Yeah, but
The adjustment,
we would add 120, the additional revenue from Larkspur is 126 times about 3,000. It's not, so
Correct.
710 would be the total, if we increase it, it would be the total additional revenue from Larkspur would be 710.
right,
Not the additional, just that's the total. 710 is it's not the new revenue from Larkspur, it would be the total.
It didn't happen last year.
from the last year. The 710 is the credit, the additional credit that you'll be giving to Ross Valley customers, that you will no longer be collecting from Ross Valley customers, you will be collecting from Larkspur, that you did not collect from them last year.
So does that mean our EDU will go down for Ross Valley?
It will not go up as much.
Really? How much are you talking about?
It's on the next slide.
Oh,
Or it's coming soon.
no, it's hard to
It's unfortunately, it's really watered down because there's so many more Ross Valley customers and Larkspur customers
Yeah.
that it gets very watered down. There's still being an increase. Keep thinking on me.
This will be controversial.
Yes.
We might get sued.
It will be. And, I have to tell you, when I first came on board, I think when I was running, some somebody from Larkspur complained that they paid more. And I wasn't fully up to date on that. And they paid more, but the more they paid is significantly less than everybody else paid in general and in full. So they've been getting a deal for a number of years. They're not going to be happy, but you're not talking about additional 710.
No.
You're talking, I mean, you're saying it's,
I'm saying the additional is about 300,000.
is he right, or you said the additional per year is $710,000 coming from Larkspur?
total.
Okay, so the total of 700, so for many, many years, we've lost $310,000 a year.
We've lost millions.
Right.
Replacing next year.
And it's
They're
been
not
paid
paying the
for by
same.
people who are not in
Right.
Larkspur. And by the way, the law precludes that. We can't have some ratepayers subsidize the others.
Well, it's a property tax thing, so it's not subject to Prop 218.
Okay.
But, yes, I think too, that the key to this is that property taxes are dedicated to capital. And so we're shorting our capital by not collecting enough money. So I think we could say we'll dedicate this to capital. Because that's how we use it in capital, complete debt service and projects.
Yeah.
Has it been like 20 years this has been going on?
Yep. Pardon me? That's right.
20 years is the sound.
Yeah, the margin may have changed over the years. I think there was a time, we looked at this, and I think there was a time when Larkspur was a lot closer.
They've changed it. Your study showed that it's been changed. It's been adjusted a couple times.
It has, and in some years, Larkspur was adjusted higher than the rest of Ross Valley, and other years, it was the opposite. The last 5 years, Larkspur has been getting lower adjustments per year than the rest of Ross Valley on the sewer service chart, not the ad valorem. So it's been uneven. The proposal that you're, in this draft report that you're considering for the Prop 218 sewer rate notice, the proposal is to make these up and make these more or less equivalent, and then from this point forward, after year one, going in lockstep. And so it is a proposal, and to answer your question, Pam, it was 1993,
Yeah.
so that would be 26 years.
And if I were a Larkspur taxpayer, ratepayer, am I paying less in total? Or-
yeah. Yes.
No, the city of Larkspur is
Oh.
getting that differential
Oh,
right
that's a
now.
good point.
So, yeah, I mean, that's what I've always understood about it. It wasn't that they are paying less overall, it is what the city of how the city of Larkspur is directing ad valorem taxes.
Is the city or
That's a good
county?
point. You're absolutely right.
It's the city.
Oh, it's the city.
I think
it's the county, but I don't know.
I'm sure of it, because in 1978, Prop 13 passed, and all the cities, their general fund is always short of money. They don't have a lot of revenues going into the general fund. So virtually every city transferred all property taxes into the general fund. And Larkspur adopted that year, in 1978, sewer service charges for the first time. And so they were funding whatever they were paying for sewers, and it isn't as much as we're paying for sewers, but whatever they were paying for sewers was funded from property taxes. The general fund took all that money, and then they instituted sewer service charges.
Right, so the city of Larkspur did this.
The city of Larkspur did it on their own, and then they maintained the sewers from 78 to 93, and then finally turned it over. But all of the property tax revenue was funded from sewers, and actually it was reduced by 40%, because of Prop 13. That went into the general fund.
I mean, because there are parts of there are parts of our district that are cities and then unincorporated, like where I live. So I always had the sense that it was something
But
different.
all of the cities in call it the Ross Valley service area didn't fund, none of them funded sewers at all.
Right.
The district funded,
Yeah.
so that's what happened.
So is the resulting dispute about, after you get all of these things worked out, has to take place strictly within Larkspur? It's between, they're paying,
Well, no, we're saying we're going to raise Larkspur's rates, but the Larkspur resident is now going to pay more. than in combined county property tax and sewer charges than the rest of the Ross Valley.
That's true.
So they're gonna feel like they, that differential, they're paying it to the city and they're gonna pay it to
It's a
us.
very good point, Marin. I really, to be honest with you, I didn't think about that. until you said that. No, I
Oh my
really-
gosh, I've always known, like,
But-
because I think because Peter Sullivan is the one who is a Larkspur resident who talked with me about this first.
Okay.
He was like, yeah, you may think we pay less, in Toto, we don't pay less.
Well, here's the thing. I believe that this board and this management staff would be happy if Larkspur started writing us checks. Larkspur
You have been
gets-
really persuasive with Larkspur so far.
The deal is,
Seriously, I have, yeah.
So
the only thing that's true is that we're receiving less from Larkspur residents than we are from US.
And that's what our problem is.
So in Larkspur, if we institute this charge, they'll pay the same 1% base property tax plus add-ons and all these other charges. And then they're going to add on another $3.95 or whatever it is.
I mean, I think
They're already paying $2.35 or something.
their rates already look higher
Yes, they do.
to us, and then they're going to look that much higher.
Yeah.
And our response is, well, go to talk to your city council members about how they should allocate their ad valorem taxes.
Someone doesn't know
I think it's really important, so you're absolutely right.
Oh, you're still here.
So you're absolutely right. You're paying the same, right? In terms of the amount that's being paid is the same between Larkspur and the Ross Valley service area. What you need to keep in mind is that right now the Larkspur customers are getting more benefit. Because not only are they getting the benefit of the property taxes that they pay to their city, they're paying to their city, it's going into the general fund, and they're getting some sort of benefit
Ooh, that's
from
what
their
fancy
city
lights.
because it's going into their community.
I like
So they're
that.
getting the benefit of that revenue. Plus, they're getting some of the benefit through their rates because their rates are a little bit lower than they really should be because we're not allocating all of the property tax to Ross Valley. We're giving a little bit to, we're giving most of it to Ross Valley, but we're giving a little bit to Larkspur right now. So what we're saying is that we're only going to give to Ross Valley, and Larkspur can choose to put the city of Larkspur has decided to put it into their general fund, and they're getting the benefit in a different way.
And we're probably putting more than the disproportionate amount into Larkspur because they've got the leaky sewers.
We got the worst too. So my question is, and maybe for Andrea, this is an annexation. This came about through an annexation, the way these rates
Yeah.
ensued. My question is, does that annexation have to be amended through LAFCO?
No.
We can't.
No.
have
We don't have to
No,
lump it with
because,
that?
no, we absorb them. They're part of us now.
Okay, I just double checked.
They're the old organization's
And this
gone.
happened 26 years ago.
Yeah. and-
Okay.
However, we're in the process of annexing Murray Park.
That's right.
Sewer Maintenance District. And my requirement for that annexation is that their property tax come with them.
Yep.
And if it doesn't, and the county is proposing no, the county wants the property tax. It's a preliminary. And that would mean that we would have to tell the Murray Park residents, well, we need to bill you the same as we bill Larkspur.
Which is going to be about $1,000 a month,
It's
a
going
year.
to cost you $400 a year more.
Okay. Oh, no, more than that.
No, it's $400, well, more than what a Ross Valley does. If they annex and we get their property tax, we would charge them like in Ross Valley.
Right, yeah, no, it makes
No,
sense,
that's right.
it makes sense to
But
square it up
if we
now.
don't get the property tax, their bill would go up to $400. More.
But 300.
More than what we're going to already more.
Yeah, more than what a Ross Valley person would pay.
Right. Absolutely. Agreed. And that needs to be public record.
Yeah.
And that's the
And
only way to
San
keep it
Quentin
fair, because if you
San Quentin
can't
Village,
build
same thing.
second. Right.
Well,
No, it is.
we're not working on
Next
that.
That's only like, all right, thank you.
Okay, so that's the property tax recommendation. And then the third,
You know, it's good to discuss this because when you get it,
yeah,
we'll hear
Well,
from
it's
them.
videotaped.
you will hear,
too,
yeah.
so-
Yeah, so it's good to be well versed in the topic. So the third topic is that your current practice, whether purposeful or not, is that commercial accounts, as I was reviewing the spreadsheet that the way you charge your customers, commercial accounts that have
a little bit of water usage, that end up with, EDU allocation of, say, 0.3, get rounded up to a minimum of 1 EDU. You have a policy that all commercial accounts will be at least one EDU, and then multiplied by the 2.34 with that. But if it has zero water usage, if the business is completely shut down, then they don't get charged at all. And I was looking at that, and it didn't make sense to me, because all the capital work that you're doing in the streets, all the sewer rehabilitation and stuff, it's still benefiting that account, whether they're using the sewer or not. You have really, really high fixed costs. The only costs that go away for you when that customer doesn't put sewage into the system is that you don't have to report the EDU to CMSA, because by their policy, you report no EDUs for that particular account. So that cost does go away. But all of your other costs, you're still going to incur, all the salaries that you pay for, all the capital spending that you're doing in the streets. So it didn't make sense to me that those commercial accounts that don't have the activity not pay anything. So my recommendation is that the commercial accounts that have no water usage at all in a given year pay everything except for your CMSA costs, because you aren't going to incur CMSA costs, and your CMSA charges account for 25% of your operating costs. So I'm proposing that your commercial minimum is going to be 0.75 EDUs.
How many commercial accounts do we have that don't use water?
Let's see, do I have that? I don't. Well, it changes every year.
Sure it is, yeah.
Can't say off the top of my head.
Ballpark it?
It's,
Probably not too many, but, it's
I'm going to guess at least 30, if not 50.
I was gonna say 50.
It's like the shuttered businesses in San Antonio, right? Like,
Boy, there'd be a difference to me to a shuttered business as opposed to the little guy on the corner that has a little art thing on San Antonio. He's got a little art, we're going to start charging him for a toilet. He doesn't have a toilet, he doesn't have a window, he doesn't have a sink.
Does he have water?
No,
Does he have a pipe going to his lane?
no.
Well, that's who we're charging, people with pipes.
Huh?
Yeah, he wouldn't get charged.
Oh, so. I'm trying to clarify what we're talking
next we're
about.
going for food trucks.
Give me an example of a commercial
A
business.
boarded up building.
Like that,
I know,
the
no, I don't
run
talk about
store that
boarded
went
up
out of
buildings.
business.
I don't want to talk about add-up business, boarded up buildings, that's fine, I'm okay with that. I'm talking about what type of a business. We're talking about an eye store, a sunglass store that doesn't have a sink. What is it they have? Why aren't we charging them?
Little businesses would suffer.
A vacant, yeah, I'm just thinking about like a vacant commercial property that's between
The little
tenants.
business is owned by a landlord.
It's 140.
Providing the sewer.
140. Can you give
140 accounts
us, can you
last
give us
year.
an address?
140.
Yeah, they're right there.
Okay.
Out of about 600.
Okay, some Bonnier shopping centers that aren't, because they raise their rents a whole lot. Like
They're in Gillette.
David M. Bryan.
David and Brian.
Gets no sewer service.
Actually, I'm going to take this out. Should I be showing this in the public?
I don't know, because
I don't feel
some of
comfortable
that's
showing
private
this list right
information
now,
that I
but
It is public if you want to look at it.
I mean, if you guys say yes, I just want to be
I'll do
careful.
that, what do you think?
Yeah, you can
Somebody could request it and get what the sewer service charges are for a particular
I don't think
building.
it's private.
Okay. All right.
And what about the same thing for residential units?
Well, not everybody does. I'll give you an example of somebody who does not. But I'm sorry, he's one, so never mind.
Okay.
Okay.
You could maybe have, I don't know.
Wait, what about residential?
Wait a minute. Is teacher really ruly? That's a bakery.
Yeah, and Mike
No, these are all the commercial.
No, these are all accounts that have no water
Mike
usage.
Galley's place is.
Hey, Doug, what about commercial? What about?
Residential.
I mean, residential units.
We don't charge them that way yet. I mean, right now, it's just based on whether they have an account, so you'd have to completely change the way you charge residential based on whether or not they have water usage.
It's not the water usage. This is water.
We already, okay, that's, yes, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, so
Please, Tom, please don't go off the rails. You remember EDUs?
I'm blank.
I mean, but it's a good point that you could, I mean,
We're not gonna do
if
that.
you wanted to make it, but if you wanted to make it equitable with single family, you could make it 1 EDU minimum instead of, like right now I'm saying 0.75, but you could easily just make it 1. Well, right now it's 0. I'm talking about these for commercial.
Commercials, okay.
It's 0, right? You're not charging them anything.
So 0.75.
Yeah.
Or we actually post it.
Safeway?
It's flow-based,
Was
so
that-
you're really just talking
Well,
about.
it might be a corporate something, I don't know. I mean, that's just the owner, right?
100 Center Boulevard, that's probably some office near the Wasco's.
Well, I think it's fair.
But the Safeway, you have to,
So my other question would be, don't we go around saying that we have, half of our budget goes to CMSA, so where's he getting the 25%? Is it different?
Let's take a look at the.
We usually say that half of the money we bring in, maybe that's just revenue versus our capital.
It's operating.
Half of our operating expenses go to CMSA. So Mary's question is, how did you come up with the 25%?
I would have thought that would be 50%, because usually we say half of the money we bring in goes to CMSA for our treatment.
Let's take a look at this earlier slide here.
Well, you know,
These are the
part of
commercial.
CMSA's bill is not based on water consumption. It's based on EDUs, what the district.
Oh, so this is just the water consumption portion?
Yeah, and only part of it is
Just the-
based on water consumption.
It,
Okay.
well,
This is just the commercial, how much of our commercial money is treatment versus?
well, so if you look at here, they're about they're about $8 million here of your, for this year, ignoring capital. So everything else is, there's 8 million here, there's another million, that's 9 million, another 4 million. So that's 13 million.
Everything but capital is 22.8 million on that table.
Okay,
It's 22.
22, and so,
it would be
the
8 over
eight-
22?
yeah, so it's,
I don't, why do we go around saying half of our money goes to CMSA? Is that?
It really depends on how big the capital program is.
No.
As to what
I would say it'd be the other way around.
percentage.
Half of CMA's budget comes from us.
Yeah. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
there you go. That's our CMSA.
That's not what I was saying.
I'm your board director.
I had it
Yeah,
wrong.
we fund half of CMSA.
Okay.
on the debt service,
Yeah,
is that accurate or is that going to go up?
that's proposed.
Current, but it's going to go up because we're going to do a floating bond, right?
What do you mean
Let's
it's
take a
not?
look.
I thought I saw 6%.
75% of people having a business that's not
Debt
taking this
service.
into our system?
For CMSA.
It's going to go up by another 2 million.
I was going to say half.
So right now, it's
So
4.5.
it's
David and Brian. Well, they're not there, it's Bonnier.
This is-
Oh, is that thing used to be in the Bonnier shopping
That's
center?
with the $35 million bond, and then if you add the SRF.
Are they still, but that's because they're trapping on lease, right?
I'm not talking about us.
I want clarification here.
Oh, CMSA, the debt.
Do we have to make a
That's correct,
decision on
that's
this topic,
3.something%.
on the Prop 218?
Yes, if you want. It's your choice.
No, if we're going to do it, if we're going to do it in the next 5 years, we have to do it in the Prop 218, which means we have to have it on the Prop 218 document,
Tonight.
which
Yes,
means
we
we have to
do
decide.
have to, because we've got a notice thing.
Some percentage. It probably depends greatly on whether the capital is involved or not. This capital really throws things off.
But that's just for this budget.
It didn't say
That's just-
David
that's just
Brian.
fiscal
We just got it. It said Bonnier
And
shopping
this, the
center.
capital spending this year, 41 million, changes the
Yeah.
percentages
I'm just
tremendously.
looking at CMSA for
Yeah.
some.
If you're just looking at operating costs without capital, then that percentage is going to change dramatically. So, the quarter, so it still doesn't add up to 22 million, it has to be 24 million in order to be a quarter, or,
Yeah, but you know something, debt service is not based on flow.
yeah, there you go, yeah, so it's, I was looking at the 6 million, that's, if you reduce the number of EDUs, or not reported EDU, only affects the 6 million, the 5.7 million, not the other one, that's right. So,
Is it, so we're having access to our sewer system, businesses that are not currently operating have to pay 75% of what they would
And you
pay.
know something, you measure their flow in the winter, and they, reconnect in June, or something, and we don't charge them at all. So probably a lot of these businesses hook up during the year,
Yeah, let's focus on the slide 21. Or have we gotten there yet? Because that's where this really shows. Are we ready to move there? Because it's the one after, so we've introduced the idea of the minimum for the commercials with no flow. And I can imagine a scenario where you have no winter flow and then you have summer flow, and it pays zero.
I see, because we have no idea when it gets.
Because we look at the Marin municipal water bills from, December through February. And so we're getting back to, if you look at this table of proposed rates, there's a zero that kind of jumps off the page. That there are people connected with laterals and pipes to our system that pay nothing. It may be because of not being used, but we don't know all the reasons why, but they do have a pipe connected to our system.
So
And they can be a lateral.
And think about your residences don't get that break. If a residence goes empty for 5 years, they're still going to pay that sewer bill every single year. So
that's if you don't base it on flow.
you could make another argument based on equity that the commercial minimum should be 1 EDU. It shouldn't be 0.75.
Because it'd be the same as this home.
Is this the industry
No, it's
standard?
not
Is this
saying that.
what happens?
Showers.
What happens
What
elsewhere?
if they're vacant?
Mark, my.
You know what happens elsewhere? Is this a thing that, is this industry standard?
It's treated differently in places. I'd say I never see zero.
Okay.
I see different ways of approaching it. The law requires them to be connected. The sewer lateral has to actually be physically connected. So if there's no water usage to an account,
Listen, one meeting.
I'm sorry,
I know you're talking, whether you talked about it.
Can we finish this thought?
so to answer your question, the law says that you have to be physically connected in order to charge an account. If there's no physical connection, you can't assess a charge to them. So once they're connected, then you can charge them 1 EDU. So if the reason that these commercial accounts have no water usage is because they're not physically connected, neither water nor sewer, then you can't charge them. But I'm assuming that the fact that they're in Marin Municipal's database is because they're connected.
Yeah, a couple of them were the Bon Air Center, right? They just raised their rates, so a lot of people moved out, and so those things, no doubt, have access to their toilets for employees and everybody
And
else.
who pays the sewer rate when they're vacant? The landlord.
Yes.
And they should be paying.
I would like, we're probably going to have to make some sort of decision tonight, but Steve, I'd like the board to have this back on an agenda item sometime in the future to address what exactly these 130 businesses, I don't know that we need to have staff go through every one of them, but, this was vacant, this was vacant, this one we missed. I mean, are we missing the boat here on somebody? Is somebody getting over on us? Are we going to start screwing people that are like, I got.
Well, there was a question that Board Member Silla just asked while you were having your sidebar conversation. And she asked, is this the industry standard? In other systems, other sanitary districts, we're one of 1,000 in the state. In other sanitary districts, has Mark, in his experience, seen a zero on this table? And the answer is he has not. This is unusual for us to have, because
That's the nature of my question. How the heck did that happen?
We're completely flow-based on commercial, and we assume, huge assumption, that the wintertime water meter is an accurate descriptor of the sewer use. It has fraught with lots of difficulty because it ignores fixed costs of our system and being connected to it, and then even the liability. We have a lateral connected to that business, whether it's operating or not, that's a source of infiltration and inflow to our system potentially. That's potentially a mismanaged lateral that has rain gutters going into it. I don't know. But that's something that, needs to be funded. And it's unusual, as Mark said, for anybody to have a zero water bill and have a physical connection to our system. Sure, when we go through the billings, it behooves us as a responsible agency to make sure that we're not charging people who aren't connected to our system. And those issues, there's issues that come up. One, as you addressed in December, was a house that was actually connected to our neighbor's sewer system and not ours, and we were charging them. And so we refunded them,
Right.
as we should. So I think, I would just from staff perspective recommend that you don't want to make the perfect the enemy of the good. There may be some exceptions to this rule, but the odds, the probability is very high that we're not going to unduly bill folks as a unintended consequence of this policy change. And if we do will refund them.
They will come
Let me-
forward. That's the beauty of it. If we are doing something wrong, they will come forward. You know, when I first got on this board, we had the laundromat folks come in and say they shouldn't be billed as high strength because it's really just clean soapy water passing out. And so we made a lot of changes based on that. But yeah.
So let me be perfectly clear though, you just said policy change. I'm not convinced that this is policy. There's nowhere in any ordinance that says that these customers should be paid charge zero. That's just the way the spreadsheet works.
Yeah.
And who knows who put together that spreadsheet years ago, right? So there's nothing in the ordinance that you adopted that said that commercial with zero water usage shall not be charged. That's just the way the spreadsheet currently works. So I'm not even convinced this is a policy change. This might just be
And
catching.
again, what we're learning from Steve, and I know how we do our commercial billing is December through February. When we say with no water usage, I think we need to clarify for the public. What we think right now is no water usage December through February.
No measured water.
No measured water,
Right.
December, they could be, it could be some summer season, who the heck knows, that they start up in March and close down in November. We're just not measuring this. But I'm still saying I'd like this on a future agenda. I want to know how this came about, and I'd like a little more information about these businesses and where that came from. If we're the only district that you've ever heard of, and maybe we're the only one in the state of California, I'd kind of like to know how this happened.
So, speaking of policy change, the policy change might be if you want to continue to treat them differently, because right now the way the ordinance reads is no commercial account shall pay less than 1 EDU.
No free service.
Right, that's the way it currently reads. And so the way that that's been interpreted is that everyone with a fraction of an EDU gets rounded up to 1 EDU. But the zero is stated zero, right? So right now, the way that the ordinance is written, you could easily interpret the current policy to be that zero should be 1. And that there is no policy change to be made here, simply, okay, let's fix the spreadsheet.
Let's
Fix the glitch.
Fix the glitch. Okay, so these are the proposed rates with all of these effects. So the current rates for a single family is $909 and in Ross Valley, and in Larkspur it's $1,178. So this is the, I believe, $238 difference that I was talking about between the two. What we're proposing for year one is that go to $964, and the single family Larkspur go to $1,359, which was the $395 difference that we described. So as a result, this, rather than going up 7% in year one, would go up 6.1%. And rather than going up 7% for Larkspur, this one would go up 15.4%. The reason that it's so disparate is because there's so many more Ross Valley customers that you need a big change in the Larkspur customers in order to affect a small change on the Ross Valley side. After year one, everybody's rates, the reason I put this last column in by Steve's suggestion is that it's important to note that these differences are only for year one to implement the structural changes that we're talking about, and thereafter, everybody's rates would go up in lockstep together.
Okay, but they're not 7%, are they?
Well, based on,
For the next year.
Second year.
It's the second year where we knocked off points.
well, that's, I have another table to show that one, but this is what was put in the agenda package, so I'm showing these numbers. I can show you those. Actually, let's just go to that one right now, so if that's, okay, here's the 6.8 version. Okay, so if we're talking about the 6.8 version, in year one, it would be 5.9% for Ross Valley, and it would be 15.2% here. So you can see the single-family ADUs would drop by 20% here and 13% here because they're getting they're getting half of an EDU less charged to them. Multifamily goes up by 5.6%. Commercial low has the same effect as single family because they're treated the same way. And then commercial high is slightly different because of the strength factor. There's some difficult math to explain in terms of why these percentages are slightly different. the rounding effects that we talked about, where how commercial fractions of an EDU go to 1, get rounded up, ends up having complicating effects on these numbers, but you can trust the math. So that's identical down here. So that's these are the proposed rates for year 1 with the 6.8%.
And that's with the 450, is that?
Yes. No, yeah.
Yeah, because we determined that the 450 doesn't really move the needle enough. I don't think that, my recommendation would still be 6.8, 5.8, 5.8, 5.8.
We do, as far as the actual dollar amounts, for the year 1, Ross Valley, the change in the previous table was $55 for the year 1, per year. This one's $54.
Okay, right.
So changing from 7.0 to 6.8 for Ross Valley single-family residences results in a $1 per year savings.
Per household.
And then this last slide shows the full 5 years of what the rates will look like. So we've got the rate percent increases here, kind of fade. Sorry, I don't want to mix them up with the numbers. So you can see that.
1999.
You still there, Michael?
This is overall.
Yeah, I'm right here.
So this is overall.
This is the 5 years, yeah. So these numbers were in the previous slide. And then I just added the next four years just so you guys have a schedule.
Sorry, I want to go back to the Larkspur thing again for a moment. Oh, no, the commercial thing first. Do you agree that the ordinance could be interpreted that we should be charging everybody 1 EDU?
The ordinance needs to be clearer than it is, and that's one of the things that we've seen a couple of instances come up where commercial usage and whether it should be EDU or less than that has come up, and the language of the ordinance does have some squishiness in it so that it could be right, a little bit of ambiguity.
Do you think that it would be better for us to just do 1 instead of this 0.75 because we decided we're going to charge only for the capital?
Well, I think there's actually Mark explained a good reason for 0.75 based on the cost of the district related to collection, and if there isn't water going into the system that's not collected, and we arguably don't have that cost. So I actually like that there's a reason behind that, I can explain it.
And then back to Larkspur, if Larkspur folks come to us and say, wait a minute, we can say to them, it's not that you can go to the city and get your taxes lowered, because the taxes are based on their property values. But they could go to the city and say, please give the Ross Valley Sanitary District this slice, correct?
Absolutely.
Of course I could.
Well, they could always do that, they could always make that request.
I mean, I just want to be clear that it isn't like,
You could do a ballot.
it isn't like they can get that money back, right? It's how the city is allocating their property taxes, which are determined by anybody's individual property value.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
I guess. I should understand that, but okay. So,
All the finance stuff he understands, and he says he can't.
so what's the,
So one more slide?
Yeah,
One more slide, and I'll-
one more slide?
We haven't finished the actual presentation.
That was the last slide, the 5-year rates bill.
So he wanted to compare where we are to other districts.
Oh, yeah, I like that. We're taking a step up just from ourselves.
So there's a slight typo in this one that Steve pointed out. I wasn't able to fix it in time. But we have, so this is everybody in your region, and most of this was collected by Steve, so thank you for that. I did check the numbers. I told you I hadn't checked them. I checked them this afternoon, and there was one small change, but they're mostly right on. The one error that I have here is that I was trying to single out the proposed versus current. So the dark ones are everyone else. The solid blue is the current rates in Ross Valley, and the checkered are proposed. I missed this one right here, so this one should actually be checkered right here, not this one. This one is Mill Valley. So
proposed Larkspur would still be less than Mill Valley, Alto, and Sausalito, and Belvedere.
right. That's right.
You could have made the mistake the other way, showing it lower.
One thing that I looked into, the reason I was particularly interested was I wanted to make sure that, particularly for these guys, whether these fees include treatment, because some of these agencies are just collection, and I did confirm that these do include treatment. I was particularly interested in Corte Madera, so I opened their financial statements, and they receive more than half of their revenue through property tax.
Why is that?
Just the way that the,
Corte Madera has their own sewer system and
They have a
they're...
sanitary district.
No,
the sanitary district within a city, though the city controls the sanitary district, right,
And they
within the
feed
city.
into our.
I know the story.
So it's just a policy decision that they've made to, which is really unusual, by the way. Cities usually, that money usually goes to the general fund faster than you can blink. But in this case, they've elected to keep that property tax revenue to keep sewer rates down.
Corte Madera has an extremely unusual ratio of commercial to very few residents. They have like 9,000, and they have enormous, they have the biggest commercial tax base of any city in some. So they have the luxury, I think, to make a
Commercial
decision.
users who pay sewers.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I met with the
Corte
GM.
Madera is only a collection system because they're part of CMSA, right? So they're not treating it.
But it's
It's the revenue we're talking about.
just like you guys, just like you don't, the fee includes
And I
treatment.
understand, and in fact, if this slide, I'd like to see the slide a little altered when we put it on our own website, because it should be noted that Corte Madera pays half, the city of Corte Madera pays half the rate.
Yeah.
It's only fair. When people look at this like, well, that's wacky, it's not wacky.
Well, then you'd have to add our property tax.
That's not a good one.
And that's the key, actually. I met with the GM and the town manager last month, and we talked about the sewer rates. And their collection of ad valorem matches the sewer rate. So they're at the net payment now, much like, it is pretty commensurate with what we have, believe it or not. Even though that looks so disparate, the net is about $1,200 a year.
Is Nevada selling?
Is the model what?
Sanitary district similar?
No, they do
No.
treatment,
But theirs is low.
they have a private treatment operation.
They also have tiered rates that are flow-based. And so the higher tier, I don't know how that's represented there. That's the mid.
It's a typical single family,
So that's
so.
the
That's the center. There's some that are much higher than Belvedere.
And their sewer system is much newer than ours.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? Next steps.
That's it. So we were hoping this evening to come to a conclusion with those three policy recommendations that we made regarding the ADUs, regarding the property tax, and regarding the minimum commercial. And then understanding that maybe the percentages still need to be dialed in by board direction, but we're hoping that based on that direction, we'd be able to staff could be directed to send out the 218 notice in the next coming week or two, so that we could meet our schedule of having the public hearing in June and have rates be effective July 1st.
So what's the pleasure of the board?
Comment?
Yes, and I think let's have public comments and then we'll.
Public comments.
Oh, I have one. So I've scratched out a lot of things since you've been talking.
Could you introduce?
I'm Diana Perdue, I live in Fairfax, and I see here that your mission is to provide customers with high-quality waste water collection at the lowest cost. And to have all these rate increases is not okay with me. As a matter of fact, I would like to see you begin to reduce the ratepayer fees. I looked up my tax bills that I had. I don't have them from '85, but from 1993 forward, I have my tax bills. And they, in 1993, were $139. And I live in a 900 square foot cabin, an old summer cottage. And I don't use a lot of water, so I don't use a lot of sewer. Your big jump came in 2008, 2009. And it was billed as putting together a war chest because we had such aging pipes. And we needed to have a big amount of money to do all those gravity flows. So 10 years you've collected with ever increasing, except for the 3 years when it stayed at 638 for 3 years. You've raised the rates every year to 909 this last year. I think that the time is that you should be dialing it back. You have your war chest, you've made these improvements or are continuing to. This should all be money that you saved and paid for already. And what I'm seeing here is you're buying the Comcast building. You might need $8 million to clean up Larkspur. I don't know what you've done to the dirt to make it need $8 million worth of cleanup, but maybe it was that way when you moved in. I don't know. Then someone else should be paying the $8 million to clean up the Larkspur dirt. And I think that you have misspent our dollars. If your pipe replacement on my street in Fairfax is any indication, you sent surveyors out for almost 3 years prior to the construction. And they would put in flags, they would mark the street, it would rain, cars would run over, the flags were in the gutter, and the marks were gone. And that repeated itself about every 6 months for 3 years. Now, I know you're talking $6 million in unfunded pension liability, you're talking $35 million bond.
I'm sorry, Ms. Perdue, your time, 3 minutes is up.
It's okay.
So anyway, I think that you should look at the bottom line. You spent, I don't know how much on that, and it's probably chump change for you, but if you magnify that times every project in every street in this county that you're working on, you've overspent, and it isn't okay with me. So when the enterprise began this last spring, there were many chiefs. I don't know, these guys all had big white trucks. I don't know, John and Jason were the only ones, and the guy with the white hair. And they all had clipboards, and they were overseeing the Ranger company. And after all your surveys, no one had a map that was correct. They didn't know where our laterals were. They didn't know if our hillside houses drained down or pumped up. And it caused many delays, and I'm sure it cost a bunch of cost overruns. You've not been thrifty with the dollars entrusted to you, and you need to be. And we ratepayers should not be your ATM machine. I see that you, by your, on your website, you have sort of come to the foregone conclusion, even though you don't have the money needed to purchase and renovate the Anderson property, that it's a go. And I imagine that to have a headquarters where everything's together is a convenience for you, but to the cost of $35 million, is it worth it? I don't see that. And I don't see this 77666. You don't ever consult us. We never get to vote. You just get your tax bill and it's like, oh, 400 more, 300 more, 50 more. You joke about, oh no, it's not $54, it's not $55, it's $54, so they're saving $1. We're not saving anything, we're paying $54. And it's time that you all got together and stopped laughing about the money you're spending. It's not a joke. I mean, my God, how are people supposed to? It's not only you, it's the water, it's the taxes, it's, if we didn't have Prop 13, you know, I'd be living in Bakersfield. I've lived here my whole life. Since 1951, my family moved here from Oakland. and I am being priced out, and I don't like it. And you guys have to stop spending money. Not one person here, you gave your presentation, not one person said, gee, maybe we could stop spending something instead of giving the ratepayers an increase times the next 5 years. And you know what? After those 5 years, then you're going to keep on and keep on. You're a runaway train, and you need to be, put on the brakes, folks. So that's what I have to say.
I'd like to address some of the things. Okay, so I understand your point of view, and I want to be clear that some of the heavy lifting is done at the financial meeting, this financial subcommittee meeting. We have done everything we can to keep the rates as low, and I think if you know, not a lot of people come to these meetings, but we do film them, and they're on the website. We have talked for the last year about trying to keep rate increases as low as we can.
And what have you done to
Let me respond here in a couple of seconds. There's a couple of things. People think of the cost of living increase, but that's not our increase. Our increase is the cost of construction. And I wish the barrier of entry for construction companies wasn't so high. You need trucks and plows and all that to be a construction company. There's fewer and fewer, well, there's not fewer and fewer, there's probably the same amount. There's a lot more work going on these days, and so their rates keep going up. But there's a couple of things I want to touch on. In 1995, and I find this a tragedy, but in 1995, when the Larkspur Landing was a treatment plant, and when they took it down, what they did, and sometimes they do this, is they blow up the building and they use it as fill. The paint on the building, it turns out, was toxic, and that's why we have to mitigate it. And it's all of us here, none of us were on the board at the time, we're just like, this is a nightmare. But we hope to, and the Comcast building is $12.9 million, there'll be some renovation, it's not $30 million. There's a bond measure that includes a lot of other things in that, so that's not a $30 million bond measure for Comcast. So we hope that when we sell the Larkspur Landing property and we sell the Kerner property where we're currently headquartered, and we stop renting the 2 storage units that we're renting, all of that will more than pay for the Comcast building. Plus, you might want to keep in mind, right now Comcast people aren't moving out. They have 4 more years on their lease and 2 5-year options, so they'll be paying rent for a long time, and that's income to this. But the main thing, to address your main question, and I understand what you're saying, is we are under court order. We have to do these things. There was a lot of SSO
You should
spills.
have the money to do it.
Well, but I can't fix what happened over the last years. The rates weren't high enough to do these, and what was happening is, it's just a fact that in this district, the pipes were not being replaced the way they should have been. And I'm not saying over the last 20 years, I'm saying over the last 80 years. And so that work hadn't been done. We were getting SSO spills, sanitary overflows, and we were getting fined by the Regional Water Board. We got a fine of $1 million. And that's just money you might as well put on the table and burn. So if you look at the capital expenditure...
Why weren't you
it was before I lived here.
due diligence to make sure that the pipes weren't leaking so that...
Well, we're talking about the last 80 years. I'm only 61. I can't tell you what happened when I was minus 20. I'm just telling you the situation we find ourselves in. But if I may finish, the capital expenditures we have, if you see, there's a couple of big jumps, and if you look backwards, you'd see there were a couple of there too, and that's because we were under court order. But that all is coming down, and then we do hope to get to the point where we're just increasing, according to not CPI, but our construction costs. And I went, just like you, I did, because I serve on the Coalition of Sensible Taxpayers, to the MMWD board meetings, because I don't think their rates are fair. And I acknowledge that they need to replace their pipes, but that they can't do a pay-as-you-go, and we can't do a pay-as-you-go. We have to take out some more loans because it's not fair to the current ratepayers. We're doing everything we can to be fair to the ratepayers, but we're also taking out bonds to pay for a lot of that infrastructure. So a lot of those jumps you're seeing are actually capital that's being paid for by bonds. We have to pay off the bonds, but I would love to be able to lower rates, but that we just can't.
Well, no one mentions anything about not spending all this money.
I have a couple of ideas.
You
but I'm not
have,
that far yet.
you do have to, and no, I don't think anyone objected to having the pipes replaced, but you should see my street. It's absolutely destroyed. And
What is your street?
Scenic Road, Fairfax. And it's Scenic Road at Fur Trail, They used across the street from me as their staging ground, so it didn't matter that they were finished in front of me. They were going down, they were going up, those big trucks, all 9 months across the street from me. Trucks, 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 trucks. The street is destroyed. And they blasted out the berms. Ranger came through some, blacktop on it. It's a mess. I don't know who signed off on that.
I don't want to go too much, but I will say one thing. I know we'll have to look at scenic, and we'd be happy to take your name and find out what's going on too. But what we do, and just this morning, the general manager and I met the town manager and the public works director and the assistant public works director in San Anselmo, because what we normally do, and we try to do, is coordinate that we do a bunch of work, then PG&E comes and does the work, and MMWD comes and does the work, and then everybody's done, then the street gets paved. Because you don't want to do work and then have it ripped up again.
But
we'll,
10 years down
if
the
you
road.
want to leave your name with the GM or the
Felicia came to my house.
I'd like to have her, or somebody else, get back to you, because I don't want your road to be a mess. And I know one thing, we don't go out there every 6 months and flag and place everywhere. If that happened, it might have been us, and then MMWD, and then I don't know what happened. We certainly don't do that all the time.
Well, I think you should look at the bottom line a little bit.
Okay.
And I don't think you really have I don't want to give you the right to increase 776,663 till the end of time. Maybe your workers could work past age 55, like the rest of us.
It's changed to 62.
Oh, well, you just said 55 today. Unless you want to go earlier, then you can go earlier.
No, that was, before 2013, it was 55. After hires after 2013 is 62. But well taken, point well taken.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm 61
when
and over
did
here
the
retirement.
homeowner become Lady Bountiful for all these agencies? And perhaps you might look at a 900 square foot house and charge it a little different than a 5-bedroom, 5-bath with a pool. Did you ever think of that? And another, poor girl's timing me. One other thing, I don't know how any commercial building that's hooked up gets a zero water bill. Because I was gone for 6 weeks this winter, and my water bill was exactly the same as it was in December and January of the year before, and they swore they read the meter. And I said there was no one there, no toilets flushed, no showers, cooking, nothing. And the bill was exactly the same. So I don't know how you ever get a zero water bill from MMWD. Okay, well, thanks for letting me sit in on this and listening to my displeasure.
Diane, I want to say I'm sorry that you really had to go through a lot of this, because you reached out to me, and I got Felicia out there, but I can just imagine that narrow street, steep, windy. So I just wanted to say, I'm sorry you had to do that.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I'm sorry I
I
lost
do
9
have a
months of
couple
my
of
life.
ideas on reducing the budget, but if you want to go, it's okay. You're ready.
No, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from the public?
I just wanted, I came because I was really interested, and I've now been to, I think, 2 or 3 of these meetings, and I just want to thank you for having such a great discussion about the budget, because as a member of the public, I know absolutely nothing about it, so I've learned a lot. And I am really curious, when you pay down the pension and the OPEB costs, so that rates aren't going to go down once that's happened, right? Because there are other things that are creating the need for you to keep paying, raising the rates.
I think it's the consensus of the board, and I've seen this from other agencies, that if you don't raise rates, a couple of things happen. One, your credit rating goes down the toilet, because the credit rating agencies know that you have to. You have to do what one would think of as CPI, Consumer Price Index. But again, we don't have that. We have construction increases.
That's what I want to ask.
And that's really, we have to kind of keep up with that. We're all hoping to get, and I can tell you, and I feel for her, I understand, I rent and I don't make a lot of money, so I get this. The fact is, we were all hoping for a lot less. Some of the projects we're doing and the fact that we're under court order to do them has caused us to have to do some of these things. We want to go to a point where we're as low as we can, but we feel, at least I do, and I think we've discussed this in the board, we feel it's reckless to be zero. And when I went, and I did just what she did at the MMWD meeting. I followed the MMWD guy to every town council meeting. I went to Fairfax, I went to San Anselmo, I went to Mill Valley, I went to Cormandera, my organization, and we were berating them because we don't think theirs is fair. But one of the things I said is, the last 25 years, you've had 15 years of no tax raise increases. And that's a great way to get reelected, but it's no way to run an organization like this that has annual capital improvements every year, year after year after year, and capital costs that increase, so.
Okay, so I very much appreciated the discussion of the pension costs and the OPEB costs and how you're planning to address those in a way where you spend a lot upfront and then you actually save in the long run. So that was very interesting. And so I'm just curious about that point. You had made the point earlier that the cost of construction and the increasing cost of construction was a factor. Do you know how much the cost of construction is increasing?
25-30% recently.
Per
We've had a
year?
big increase. No, we've had a recent shift, which was a big shift, but generally per year, 3-something%.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
Generally per year, 3-something%.
But it's been 25% for the last couple. and
Well, it's
we've had
gonna
a couple.
go up more
I was
because
wondering-
of fires.
You know, we have this board.
Fires, right.
We've had a couple of projects that came in so high that
Yes.
we canceled the bid, split it up, put it back in smaller pieces, and found that we saved $1 million or $1.5 million.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm just curious because I've been hearing this from other people and I just wanted to know if this was true of this agency too, that the fires in Bunker have really increased the cost of construction.
Rather than the
Yeah.
increase, because of inflation, too, is that we've done about tens of millions of dollars worth of projects in the last 5 years, probably in the 60 million range of projects. Huge capital program. And so that's really what's been a factor of rates.
Okay, so that, this is, really interesting. And then the final thing I just wanted to say is that, I know that you're trying to balance the need to raise funds that you have made a good case that you need to raise. And I'm also just very intrigued and interested in the fact that you are considering sort of a public good in terms of trying to look at how you can incentivize, or at least not de-incentivize the creation of accessory dwelling units, which at least for, some people's minds would be sort of a naturally homegrown source of affordable housing, or otherwise helpful to homeowners. So I'm just really intrigued by that. It's a very interesting discussion. Thank you for thinking about it. And that's really all I had to say. Just really appreciate hearing the conversation and be really interested in where you're going next. The final thing is, are you considering the way that Marin, Sanitary, MMWD, and of course, you guys have to raise the rates and it all is happening at the same time, so I can see that, like a little daunting for us homeowners. So, I'm not sure if all of that, people sit and factor that out, so that's going to be a increase for people.
I would say the one thing that is always important for people to understand about what we do is it's highly, highly regulated. And there was some years ago when our former general manager said to me, this entire industry has changed. So when we talk about what the rates were in 1993, that was because EPA or the California, there wasn't the Clean Water Act, there weren't the regulators looking at sanitary districts the way they are now. So everything we do is regulatory driven, and it just is getting more expensive over time. So we want to keep the sewage in the pipes, but if we don't, we will get court orders to do it. And right now we have a really great relationship with the Regional Water Quality Board, where our new general manager came from, as a matter of fact. And so we're in good stead with the regulators, and we're confident that we're not going to get the fines that we've gotten before. But we don't, part of it is, it seems like we're spending a lot of money. We don't have a choice. I mean, when I first came on this board, we didn't have a choice because we were being court ordered to. But we don't have a choice because we're being watched by the regulators. And so we're just trying to do the best practice in order so we don't get those fines.
I was wondering if you could introduce yourself.
I'm sorry. My name is Liesl Josh, Linsbela, I think. I live in Fairfax, and since I've come to other meetings, I was very curious how this can go. And I'm very interested.
Well, great observations.
And her name's on the sign sheet.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board.
Any other public?
Any other comments? Yeah, okay. Any more, you had some ideas of how we do?
Well, I found on there, we budgeted for $2 million for laterals. And I still don't think that's a best practice to have people pay 25 years of bonds of the debt service for laterals when some people will never use them. And so this is a new practice that came about. I was wondering if that could be taken off there.
Pamela, are you showing, you're looking at the
It's 400,
capital
it's
budget?
400,000 a year.
Yeah,
And
and that's,
it's on the,
okay, but that's not going to be bonded, isn't that right? You are
No, I
you're
was
not
told
going
it
to
was-
sell bonds for the lateral program. We did,
We have in the past
We have in the
allocated
past.
bond proceeds towards our lateral program, but the board has not yet made any determination about the future anticipated bond and if that would fund our lateral program.
That's correct, and yet, we are working on a preliminary official statement for the revenue bonds for this year for your consideration, and we have not included the lateral grant program in the draft preliminary official statement.
didn't we fund the lateral program from property taxes as well?
Yes, we did. We funded, I think it was 5%, so $1.25 million from the last bond issuance over 3 years, but our budget was actually $800,000 a year, so close to $2.4 million. So roughly speaking, about half of it came from bond proceeds.
so half was bonds, and half was what else?
It would have been from either sewer service charge, yeah, it would have been from sewer service charges, right, not from capital. No, it would have been from capital, because it's part of the capital project.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in the capital.
It's in the capital budget, so it would have been from ad valorem.
So a couple of things stand out for me. The Larkspur Landing property. So I think we paid $4 million to seal off the, to get out of the lawsuit or finalize it, however you want to define it.
What does that mean? I don't understand.
She's going back to
We
the
said
law.
just finish my sentence.
No, I was asking. What,
Okay, I'm leading up to it, if you could just let me go there. So I'm getting to the Larkspur Landing, and we're proposing $9.7 million that has to come out of bond money to clean it up, remediation. We heard that it might take 2 years to finalize the cleanup and to get it all, whatever.
No,
No?
this summer,
No,
this summer,
Okay, so
4 months.
4 months.
Yeah.
It's going to be cleaned up in 4 months.
Yeah.
Correct.
But we don't have an exact, we don't know how much exactly, because it's gone from 4 million to 6 million to 7 million to 8 million, now to 9.7 million. So I'm just wondering if we don't have to budget for 9.7 million, maybe we could pull back a couple million, because when we first put up the money, we're not going to have to put it all up at front anyway. You're going to put up 9.7 million all in 4 months? We don't know, I guess, is what you're saying.
Well,
It's just went out.
So I actually was going to give you an update, but we haven't reached that point in the agenda yet.
Okay.
But I have a lot of detail on this issue, and one of which was we had a revised engineer's estimate from an engineering firm who has a lot of experience in doing these type of Tosca-related cleanups. So, but I worked with them because I have an engineer's license and have done this cost estimating, and we sharpened our pencil and came down a little bit on the engineer's estimate. But for budgeting purposes, we went ahead and used their low end of their estimate for the budget, okay? Our schedule is to open bids on May 3rd. That's how long? 2.5 weeks from now. Then we'll have bids, an actual, a better estimate of what the budget may be. The engineer's estimate that we put on the notice inviting bids, this was going to be part of my update today, was $7.9 million. That was the engineer's estimate without contingencies. And given that it's a toxic cleanup site, and given that we have to sample and do contingency based on what we discover as we uncover it, we have almost $1 million in contingency, because we don't know where we may end up having to take this. We have to take it to Buttonwillow, California.
Oh, so is that not part of the 7.7 million, or is it?
No, and so, just getting in some detail, the 7.9 million is the base bid, is what we call it. It's like the basic work of everything goes according to clockwork. And then we have contingencies built in. What ifs? What if we find something different than our probes indicate we think we're going to find?
And if I can just jump in, because I think it's important to recognize that we're under an EPA permit that has specific conditions, and their oversight on this process is going to possibly drive some of the unknown costs.
Right, that's right. There's a third party that we have to report to, the regulator, federal agency. And so from a prudent budgeting standpoint, we're selecting a higher estimate. But we're hoping that, that there's interest in the contractor community and that we'll have competitive bids and that will give us more room for contingencies as they arise. If this project doesn't go according to our hopes for 4 or 5 months and it drags into the wet season, because there's a risk of that, the costs will mount. There will be some in our contracting documents assign that to the risk to the contractor, but we have to recognize there's risk to the district too. So there's, in this world, nothing is really set in stone with starting from the budget, especially in a toxic cleanup site.
Okay. So I want to just backtrack on the bonds. So we started at 15, we went to 20, we went to 35, and then now we have an additional 4.5, which is 40 million. So the debt service is 4.5 million a year. So that means it will increase to 6 million something every year after. So those are my concerns about, can we pull back? Have we really scoured the budget to see, is there any way possible we could pull back 5 million to get that debt service down? That debt service worries me probably more than all of it, because it's, think about it, 6 million a year and 25, I mean, you can just look at that, and I am getting concerned about, and I get it. I know about what it costs to do this. I've been on here forever. I understand our position. There's been money, though, every single year that is still not being spent out because we're so aggressive, we can't keep up. And again, I'm looking at it again, we got 16 million sitting there right now. So I'm wondering, and if you have to vote tonight, you have to vote tonight. Is there a way the finance committee or you could really scour this more and come back to at least save the district 5 million? Because I'm not trusting these, like jumping on the bonds. How do we get from 15 now to 40 within a short period of time, within the last 2 months, right? It's been jumping.
I think, if I may, the idea of a budget and the idea of assumptions and projections, it kind of goes back to my earlier point, is that, we only have the information that we have. We have a capital program that we anticipate how much the project is going to cost, how long it's going to take to accomplish, and what the impacts of the budget are. What I'd like to say is, should the board decide on these rate increases over the next 5 years, and we found somehow that there were monies additional, then that would be the opportunity to try to pay down the debt service. You could be more aggressive in paying down the debt service. So, think of it as like when you have a home mortgage and, you want to try to save money, or you're spending down on the OPEB, the pension, unfunded liability, you get to decide what your funding strategy is, right? You get to decide how much of that money you can advance pay so that you can try to save money in the long run. I think that might be a better approach to consider, rather than to suggest we shouldn't collect revenue and we should just tighten our belts. But that's my position, and it's based, I think, on work with the rate consultant. I think we've been very diligent in collecting information, and just, again, all that we can surmise of our current situation.
there's been some moving target based on new information available. You know, when we really start looking at information coming in the door in the last 2 months, you know, we had a placeholder of $4.5 million for the Butterfield Meadowcroft Arroyo project. $4.5 million. That had been there for a while. You've been updating it based on cost, you know, construction index, that sort of thing. We got an engineer's estimate in March, last month, of $6.7 million. So it was a range, but it was a couple million more. I mean, that's a 50% increase in the engineer's estimate almost, okay? So that was part of the hop, skip, jump thing you're describing. So, you know, we were looking, oh, that's going to change then you have to plug that into Mark's algorithm here. You know, he's got the equations. So we plugged that budget number in. And it's a very deep sewer. It's not something that you can just say, oh, I'm going to lop off $1 million on that budget and force the contractor to do it for less. So we're responding to information that comes in the door. But also, we're structuring the bond in a way that we can call it sooner. You know, we talked about the Larkspur Landing property, whether it's sold or leased, you know, if we get a revenue source, we have that flexibility. We're structuring it in a way that we can call the bonds early and knock down the debt service. There is general accounting practices that have debt service ratio goals. We have that in our financial policy. It's very sound. It's just like many other districts. And we're not approaching any sort of dangerous zone on our debt service ratio. But we're getting close to the edge of, you know, the board is comfortable with, the staff's comfortable with. You know, I agree, you know, we need to look at this with caution, but we aren't, you know, reaching any thresholds of fiscal risk that are unreasonable compared to other public agencies. And we have opportunities to raise revenues, call bonds early, and knock down our debt service ratio. So, you know, as your general manager, I'm very confident in this fiscal strategy. Even though there's short-term risk, it can be mitigated by many factors that we're very fortunate to have at our disposal.
I'd make one point that when you do a Prop 218 notice, that's the high end. You can always elect not to increase the rate in the second year. You can say to 0.
That's what Greg Nord was saying.
Yes, it's the highest.
It was true, he never did.
And even if we send out a Prop 218 notice, that's what's going to inform the public of what we're doing. And that's going to get their comments.
Yeah, I guess.
And then we can't go above it,
Right.
but we can go below.
Right. I guess for me, I'm really hearing the community. They're hurting. It's 19% for Marin Sanitary. The water is going off the charts. It's unbelievable what they're going on. And here we are asking for $40 million. I have the gut feeling. I was like, yeah, you know, Diana has some good questions. Well, when is this going to slow down or stop? And I was here when we were pay-as-you-go. So, you know, it was like, I think it was $400 a year. Now it's $900. And then it's going to end at $1,250. Is that right, over the 5 years? So I'm feeling comfortable about the rate, but what I don't feel comfortable about is the bond issuance. It was real sketchy how it was presented. The other thing that I'm feeling...
Can I respond to that?
No, I'm not done.
Because
No, you said sketchy. I'd respond to that too.
Well,
I'm not done. Can I finish?
Okay, but just know that the revenue bond, what it does is it puts the cost of the projects on future generations. And if you're concerned about current ratepayers, then you want to issue bonds.
It's not the bond themselves, it's that we've gotten up to 40 million. Because I heard for a long time it'd be around 25, and it was 15, and then we handed a thing at a meeting. Here it is, 30.
It's 35.
Right, 35.
It's not 40.
Yeah, it's 40 with the 4.5 SR.
No, that's included in the 35.
Yeah,
No.
that's a different.
No, that's, isn't it extra?
It's not included in the
No, it's not
35.
included.
The 4.5 SRF is not included in the 35.
But I will say that in our finance committee discussions, and that the decision to go from 30 to 35 was related to, not directly related, but indirectly related to the fact that the SRF needs are uncertain.
Yes.
And so if we're going to tell the town of San Anselmo and commit that we're going to get that pipe in the ground before the paving project,
We got the money.
we got to have money somewhere. And so the revenue bond was actually raised for that and other reasons.
Well, the reason that we really thought about raising that bond was that the first rate plan was going to try and do it, without a bond, and the rates were
Right.
a lot higher. And so we
Either
thought,
high rates or bond, but
we can't do that, so we have to do these projects. It might be useful to, I know that the official statement, the bond document, will show which projects add up to $35 million. And I know you're working on that now. I know that's but that might be useful to have for us pretty soon. I think we've got it.
It's not that specific, it's general, and it's good for it to be general, because the board, the staff, we need to have some flexibility. And so the way it's described is that it talks about purchasing the building, financing the cleanup, and other future capital projects of the district, in accordance with the
But the
capital.
lion's share are identified, lion's share, and then
And debt service.
it does allow you to switch projects if one takes longer. But the lion's share of the project is the reimbursing for the Anderson and the Larkspur Landing, and that's like 17 or so million right there.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's more than that.
Twice.
That's some of that. It's 12.9 for quarter.
13. Oh, so
12.9 for Anderson, and then not 7.1, 9.1.
It's 6.5 for the building, or 6.4.
That we want to replace, right?
Right, and whatever Larkspur Landing is, and
Ends up
then the remainder is capital.
It's okay to say I know we're all worried about issuing debt. I had this, I didn't want to issue, I'm a pay-as-you-go person. But we have to have an alternative. We voted on each of these projects. We voted on Larkspur Landing. We voted on the building. It was unanimous part most of the time. And we've got these projects that are all lined up that we, signed up an NPDES permit, National Pollution Discharge Abatement Permit. We're on it. We promised to do these projects within a 5-year period. And so, okay, gee, we've got to raise this certain amount of money. Tell me how to do it. I don't know of another way to do it. I'd love to get SRF loans for the whole thing. I'd like to get a grant for $1 million, but that ain't gonna happen. But, so, we can worry about it, but what do we do about it is the key. Tell me an alternative. I'd love to jump on it.
So I would concur with most of what you said. I wanted to,
But not all of it.
well, I believe that we need to issue debt because interest rates are so low now that I think it's reckless not to issue debt. I believe that when you don't issue debt, you are making the current people who live in our district right now pay for these capital improvements that, first off, some of them should have been done 30 years ago, and those people who are dead or moved on didn't pay. But also the kids who are going to move in here in 10 or 15 years are going to benefit from them. That's why you issue debt. And you pay it on the debt, but the interest rate is so low now, I agree with what you said. You either have to issue debt or you have to raise your rates even higher than we're raising them. I wanted to, before I forget my thought, I wrote a note down. I would like to see us move the ADU to 50%, not 75%.
The
Commercial
ADU
advantage.
Accessory dwelling unit.
to 75 rather than 50?
50 to 75. I thought it was at 75. I thought we were
Is it
talking
50?
It's at 50 now.
no,
No,
he's
you're thinking
saying,
about commercial.
he said.
No, I'm not thinking about commercial. I'm thinking about accessory dwelling units on home properties.
Those
We
are
did
0.5.
it 1.5 instead of 2.
It's one,
Okay.
it's 1.5.
Okay, all right.
What about, what I want to do with my pay-as-you-go is, the lady from Fairfax was right. The projects are going to continue. They're never going to end. I want to get the spikes out of it.
Yeah.
And level it out and be able to fund every year about $8, $9, $10, $11 million.
Instead of kick the can down
Just
the
like
road.
Mark showed, he's got $10 million a year. That's what it's going to be. You know, we know that. And so I don't want to be issuing debt. If you're doing $10 million a year, you shouldn't be issuing.
That's
debt.
right, that's pay as you go.
Because the people 30 years from now probably are going to be paying, you know,
Right, no, that's
$20 million.
So we're not in that situation today.
We're not here now.
We're doing $50 million work this year.
So that's why I'm agreeing to do a bond issue of $35 million, which I didn't really want to do.
Yeah.
But I don't think we have any choice. And I'm, you know, look at our bond ratios, the debt service coverage ratio after the first couple of years is closing in at over two times. I believe that if we sell all these bonds and do these projects, and approve some reasonable level of rate increase along these lines, our credit rating is going to go up. It's not scary. It's what everybody else is stuck. Take a look at the same district costs all over, and every single agency, that he was right again, is planning out these damn rate increases. Every single one.
I think the difference is, and I mean this sincerely, this board, I believe, is setting this district up for a future that's much more stable by paying out these pensions, these unfunded pension liabilities, by paying out our OPEB liabilities, and by doing this massive work that we have to do, so we don't have any choice about that. And I think in the long run, the Comcast building will save us money.
Yeah.
I think we
Possibly.
can, one of the things we haven't mentioned to the public, when we buy the Comcast building, again, right now Comcast is still there paying rent, probably because they didn't seem to want to give it up for 14 years. But even after that, and during that time, we feel there may be space for other agencies to come in and rent space from us even as it is. So that's it's not as expensive as people think it is. I would like, before we do the vote, I want to go back up to that live screen and see if we can tweak the numbers at all.
Can I say something over here?
Please.
You know, we're as an agency in a little bit of a dilemma with our Larkspur Landing. We are sitting on what I understand to be a gold mine over there. We have developers who are licking their chops, waiting to come in, and we can't let them in until we get that cleaned up. So in order to cash in on that gold mine, which I think will happen, we've got to spend the effort and the money to remediate that. And, you know, I would have loved to see it at 4 or 5, and the EPA came in with many more restrictions on us than anybody had planned. And so the remediation will be more difficult. But we do understand that at the end of the day, that property will be worth a ton of money to the district, and we can take that money. We can take that money and use it to pay down the bonds. We talked about it last week. We can't pay off the capital projects with it, but we can pay off bond monies with it. But we can reduce our debt load into the future. And like Doug was saying, set the district up for a very rosy future.
That's what I think too. Okay, so we would like to approve a Prop 218 notice tonight, if we could. And if you want to have at this,
I want to have that. That's fine. I think that's the last thing we can do.
All right, so what sort of rates would you like me to play here?
So can't we drop that? We talked about dropping it to maybe 6.8, 6.8.
yeah, we definitely want to do that. Isn't that in there?
That's what's in there now.
And okay, so that was the best. Is there any room, do you think, Tom?
Well, wait, you know, we dropped it to 6.8 and we only knocked off 75,000. But now we're knocking off 125,000. So shouldn't it be 6.6?
Let's see what that looks like.
Where did you knock off 125,000 from?
When we did the OPEB and the pension payments per year.
I thought you did that.
No, you took it out previous to that.
Okay.
Because we lowered
It's
it.
It's in there now, so 6.6, and then 5.8, so.
And that's averaging Larkspur and Ross Valley minus Larkspur, right?
What is this?
So that includes the expense, it does not include the potential sale of Larkspur.
No, sorry, the rates.
Oh,
So
so
the 6.8 is an average of,
it's the weighted average of everyone,
Okay.
right? So, and I can show you that table that has,
Oh, yeah, this is
so
the
for
way that-
example, Fairfax residents' rates are not going to go up 6.8%
correct?
because they don't live in Larkspur.
Exactly.
Right.
Thank you.
It's gonna go five.
And may I also please remind the board that again, or say it another way, that we do have unknown other future costs coming up in the next couple of months. You know, we are currently in labor negotiations. You know, the May meeting will be bringing some proposals to the board for your consideration, and I appreciate President Gaffney, your mathematical acumen to really, you know, put a sharp pencil in reducing expenses and how that can overall affect the rate.
Yeah.
But to the point, I think you might have made, Director Kelly, that, or maybe it was you, President Gaffney, that, you know, if you set the rates as are recommended by the rate consultant at 77666, and you send out the public notice on the
You can lower
1st
them.
of May, you can lower them.
Mhm.
And at the next meeting, when you have more information, we'll have bids back from Larkspur Landing, we'll have, right, so because every day that goes by, we get more information, we fine tune, and it's not just $100,000 here or $100,000 here, it's maybe $1 million. We're talking about Marin General Hospital's connection fees right now. You know, that's a big unknown, how that's gonna shake out. So I appreciate the fact that, you know, we're all just trying to do the best with the information that we have. But I think
But
if
it
we
isn't
set,
an exact science.
it's not an exact science and it's kind of a moving target, and if you set the bar, you know you're not gonna go above that.
And yeah, the unforeseen events, I think, is something that's not on the budget table. We've made an assumption, and Mark's been clear about this, about 3.3% increases in all these cost categories in Schedule 2 in the report. It's there to look at. So there's some assumptions on carrying forward certain expenses within about 20 different categories that go into this, you know, including salaries, benefits, but again, things like communications and many, many specific items. So that's not an unreasonable assumption, 3.3% escalator going over. And so all those things, though, you know, they may be overstating what we're going to spend in communications or the lateral program or other things. But by having a little extra in the budget for those things, we can absorb unforeseen events. Maybe a regulatory action that we didn't anticipate. You know, and having some buffer and shock absorber in the budget is something to consider when you go out with that initial sewer rate.
And you don't adopt the final rates until the June meeting. So you have quite a bit of time to continue to receive public comment, to consider, you know, additional information that's really just, you know, a couple of weeks or a month out.
And so we're happily accepting the report. And what you need from us is the numbers, the
Yes.
percentage or the
highest.
dollar value.
The dollar value.
The dollar value,
And those are going to be different for Larkspur and Ross Valley.
yes.
And
In
you
year
need
one.
the
In year one.
maximum for 5 years, right? When the 218 notice covers the 5 years?
Just like that.
Oh, thank you.
Can I share that? I have one extra copy I can share.
We got that.
Pam?
Oh, you finance kid.
Well, this is a very preliminary
I-
Very
draft.
preliminary.
But I guess this Larkspur thing, I think we should have did a workshop at one of their town council meetings. It just is a shocker. And we could still do that,
Yeah, we
I
should.
guess. And all the other agencies are moving around different townships, so.
I've spoken to Steve, and I'm happy to go to any of these town councils except Larkspur, and I would be happy to go to any town council meeting and present, and I believe in public transparency, and I think we should do that. I'm happy to do that with staff or without it. I'm more than happy to.
Again, this gives an opportunity for every single ratepayer in our district to have, to see what these rates turn, and what they translate into in dollars. And everybody gets one of these in the mail, and everybody gets an opportunity to contact their board representative or staff and protest, and to participate in this process, which I think is a valuable exercise.
So 965 is 5.9% more than 909? Well, you wrote this.
All right. Oh,
You wrote that, 5.9. Does that mean that's a 5.9% increase?
I think she's right. I think it translates into a 5.8 or a 5.9% increase.
Well, because then everybody goes to close to 7. I mean, that's what he said in another
For
chart.
one time, and then it goes 5.8, 5.8, 5.8.
Oh, okay.
Well, that schedule, I believe, is 666.
Which one is the one we got? What percentage should I
So-
write in?
That's the rate consultant report recommendation.
So this is the one we're trying to chip at, we're trying to lower this a little bit.
Okay, so
The one that's in the 218 notice right now is whatever was in the report, which I believe was the 77666, right?
Yeah.
So those numbers, you can just, I mean, it's just a draft. So what we're trying to decide tonight, and I think it's irrelevant what's in that right now. I think what we need to talk about right now is what we want it to be,
Right.
right? Let's just focus on these numbers, and then we'll decide what goes in the 218 notice.
Well, actually, before we do that, I'm sorry, if I may, Mary, if you could please pull up slide 21, Mark, because I think it's really a piece of information that we want to make sure is clear, that the first year is not actually 7% to what Mary was saying.
Right.
Slide 20.
For Ross Valley.
So
Right.
rather than show,
Brentwood, really.
rather than show the PowerPoint, what I'd rather show is that live table, right here, where is it? Oh, sorry, it's here. This is with the latest rate adjustments that we talked about. So this is the 6.6% in year one. So this is what that table would look like.
That is slide 21.
It's year 1, not year 2, and that says year 2.
So year 2 would be 6.6. Year 1 is 6.6 weighted average across everyone, but individually it's going to affect customers in different ways because of the structural changes. So year 1 is 6.6 for rate revenue across the board, but it's different customer classes will be affected differently because of the structural changes. So it'd be 5.7 for the Fairfax customers that we were just mentioning, and 15.1 for most Larkspur customers.
So the 5.7 is the Ross Valley.
Correct.
Okay. You say Fairfax.
Well, there was somebody
The rest of
mentioned,
the Ross Valley,
yes,
yeah.
Ross Valley right here. Yeah.
So it's 5.7, not 6.6 the first year.
Correct.
And then the next year is 6.7?
6.6.
6.6.
It's hard to,
Well, that's what I have in there now.
Okay, and then the next one is 5.8?
I have 5.8 for the next 3 years after that.
I think we ought to approve those, and then if we can find some way to cut back, whatever.
Let me show you how that affects the reserve, so that in terms of the long-term forecast, this is where the 6.6, 6.6, 5.8, 5.8, 5.8. Notice that there is one more 5.8 in year 6, which is not being adopted now, but it would be necessary in order to keep this trajectory.
It's barely making it.
Right.
We might sell Larkspur.
I move to approve those numbers, and
For the Prop 218.
and to issue the Prop 218.
As drafted in the current Prop 218
No.
notice?
As shown on the screen. You want to go back to the spreadsheet for the
So,
show?
okay,
Or actually that table that shows the percentages, I think
Yeah,
that's.
does this...
The board is comfortable with those, it's a, are you comfortable with that?
Let me put my glasses on.
It's a little lower, but on the other hand, I don't want to put something out in the community that we're immediately going to be lower than when they show up to tell us they don't like it, you know? Like, if anybody comes in and says, I can't believe you're doing a 7% rate increase, I don't want to immediately be saying, no, we're not really. Like, I want us to put like closer viewing to what we really do.
Yeah, really, and then justify it. As
Okay.
opposed to immediately draw it 3%.
So what you're saying is, you know, you're going to make every effort to stick by these numbers
Unless
throughout this
something comes up
process.
that
Okay.
And put this out on the
And, you know, what
Got
we'll
it.
pray for is that we have bids from Larkspur Landing of, you know, maybe a couple $100.
Yeah.
A couple $100, right, got
We
it.
do that.
Okay, sure.
A couple $100.
Yeah, but that's pretty close to the
Taking some
engineer's
dirt
estimate.
out.
Joe's PPC cleanup.
So we have-
Look, if you just put your bids out in the parking lot of Home Depot and
and just dump it in the bay.
Send it to Jason, can't he like
Yeah.
treat that?
Okay, we have a motion. We have a
Okay,
second.
I'll second that.
Okay.
we have to have a roll call.
We do.
Any further discussion?
Mark's got it.
So, we just want to be clear, you can't really see. So is it 6.6 revenue increase in the first 2 years, and then what are the last?
No.
No.
Well,
It's-
weighted average.
I said revenue, I didn't say rate.
It's a revenue increase, 6.6.
6.6, 6.6, 5.8, 5.8, 5.8.
That's a revenue increase, and
Okay.
then the rates he's going to generate.
Right, and he'll generate a table that will go to the profit of 18 notes. Okay.
So
I
this is a
understand.
percent.
That's the total percent, but he's broke down.
Revenue, everybody,
But
but then
like from
individual rate increases.
Fairfax, it's going to be 5.9, I think.
I thought it was 5.8.
Really? It's 5.7.
That's what I thought. I was like,
Seven.
it's not 5, it's 5.
All right.
Okay,
I understand.
let's call, roll call, please.
Borstein,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Meggs, abstain. Scylla,
Yes.
Gaffney.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Another 5-minute break. Reconvene. Finance Committee,
Right.
reports from committee, if you want to get out and get
Yeah. Well, let's talk about the financial committee, because it's going to be very quick. Our real concern on the financial committee was to do everything we could to set this district up for the next 20 years and pay off our OPEB and our long-term pension, unfunded pension liability. We spent a lot of time on that. We spent a lot of time on, obviously, the rate increase. And we talked about, do you have the financial? Yeah. We talked about the gratuity project amendment, and that was not that big of a deal to us, so we were fine with that. We looked at the contract change for additional work on the Miracle Mile, and I want to talk about this briefly, because it seems really odd. This is an $839,294 contract change, but it's not a change work. It's work that is going to be done in the future. And what we see is the opportunity to shove it in a project right now. And the reason we want to shove it in the project right now is because Ranger has already offered us essentially comparative prices to the project they're doing. The cost structure is the same. We feel that this is a substantial savings than if we bid this project out. I think this project was going to be done in 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years, I can't even remember, but sometime in the future. So it is work in conjunction on Greenfield Avenue and on Miracle Mile that is already being done. It would be a great time to do it. It'll take us really far in meeting our goals for the cease and desist order. The issue here we had is that last week, the gentleman...
We're going to talk some
Is
more
this
about
about the finance committee, or is this something?
this. This is the finance
It's a
committee.
finance committee, so I'll talk about that later at the order. But yes, that was that. So finance committee, we spent a lot of time. We had a good meeting, and it took a long time.
Okay, great. CMSA, that might be you or Michael.
Michael?
Michael,
Take it off
I
mute.
had to unmute myself for a second.
No, yeah. I asked you to mute. Do you want to do?
Go for it, Doug.
Okay. No, I don't have that in front of me, you always do, so that kind of messed me up. I'm gonna have to go look at CMSA. No, skip, I'll go to CMSA agenda to remind myself to go to the next.
Okay.
I have my iPad here, Michael.
So how about North Bay watershed?
North Bay was an interesting meeting. We went around the room talking about our agencies and where we're at and different things that were happening. So I told them about our wonderful general manager's report. Somebody commented and had read it and said they thought it was one of the best.
Oh,
So I want to tell you, good feedback.
thank you.
We also talked, I mean, there was all these different agencies and all these different things. Michael did a fabulous review on the biogas thing, which I don't understand, but you can chime in after. So a lot of us talked about communication efforts, how our districts are changing on how we communicate with our communities. Talked about next door. Let's see what else. And there was some this and that. Chris Chu was there from the county, and she's talking about this one water theme across the 4 counties on the North Bay, which is, I think, is great, so that we can work together. Let's see what else. Hurry.
No.
What else was kind of fun? I don't know. Damon was there, and he talked about the watershed. He went to a legislation conference at Washington, D.C., and talked about climate change and how it affects watershed. Talked about flood control. And Megan was there, and she talked about knowing what is going on in your district and not knowing what's going on in your district. Because they had, they just recently hired a new manager, and there was a lot of issues with the employee. But anyway, and then we talked about this Mark, oh Lord, I can't think of his last name right now. He talked about our strategic plan more, public outreach more, telling our story more. That's enough.
Okay, that was good. All right, CMSA, we did revisit, look at the revised budget financial policy. We just made some small policy changes. There were not a lot of significant policy changes, just clarifying some of the policies. It was really a cleanup of work done previously. We did get, CMSA got a lot of Environmental Association state awards. I think there were 5 of them that were awarded to staff and to the agency, and we were very proud of that. We decided to formalize a student internship program. We'll pay between $15 and $22 to appropriate student interns. Let me clarify that if an intern is getting college credit, which some do, we will not be paying them any money because they're getting college credit and that's their financial benefit. If they are a college student and they're not getting college credit, we are looking at paying them for that. And we're also looking at high school internships. Michael Bornstein worked with one of the professors at Dominican College. He came to the board meeting and he's very excited about that. So I wanted to thank Michael for his work on that. We did award a primary clarifiers and gate rehabilitation project. The gates now work hydraulically. We're going to make them all electrically up and down to open and close the gates. All of the gates will be the same hardware. We did that some time ago, so we did agree to award a construction contract for that. And we did have a revised personnel policies and procedure manual. Again, not a lot of changes there, just kind of some tightening up. So that is CMSA.
Okay, thank you.
Tom?
Michael?
Tom?
Yes?
I can just make one more comment
You may.
regarding North Bay Watershed. Nice job, man. There was a guy who came in, did an amazing presentation about the public project in Napa for the Oxbow bypass that they started several years ago, because Napa always floods during the big rains. And this year, that bypass was actually used for the first time during one of the big rains, and Napa did not flood, and the bypass worked exactly as planned. And they showed all sorts of pictures of it. And if you go online, you can look, it's amazing. But it actually worked, and it really saved Napa from massive amounts of cost and flooding.
We could use them in the Cornmeadow Creek.
Good. I was there at the meeting also, and there's a little bit more to that story. And that is that the Army Corps of Engineers had their standard way of dealing with floods, and they voted against it. They decided they didn't want to go with the Army Corps' plan. And they got some others and they designed this really nice thing so that when it's not flooding, this thing is sort of a city gathering place for music concerts and other things. And so it's a multi-thing and it's a very successful. Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Absolutely right.
There also has a lot of ecosystem benefits too.
Yeah.
And floodplain.
Okay, agenda item 9 is verbal report by board members and staff and requests.
Or did you want to, how about ad hoc?
We didn't have one.
Okay, moving on.
Oh,
That's fine.
Oh, we didn't have one. So that's
Can
what
I
I was
ask one question? Has anybody seen the commercials?
Oh, that, we're going to do that on item 13.
Okay.
But that's actually what I was just going to suggest, is that we didn't meet, but we wanted to put something on the agenda to be able to show the commercials to everybody. Just take it, have some entertainment.
any verbal reports by board members?
Just that, and I'll make it extremely short because we're going to talk about it again in a minute. Steve and I met this morning with the town manager of San Anselmo, the Parks Director of San Anselmo, and Scott Snyder, the Assistant Public Works Director. But we'll talk about
Regarding that project.
regarding that project. But it was a great meeting. The reason I mention it is, it was about this project, but it was an opportunity for Steve to meet Dave Donnery and Shannon Donnery and Scott Schneider, and we had a great meeting. And when I walked into Dave's office, he said, "Oh, you're going to be here. So what number are we calling for Steve?" And I said, "He's right behind me." So we walked in the next room, we sat down, and it was great. It was a really good thing to do. Excellent.
It was a good idea.
Yeah.
We talked about that.
Yes, we did. And we did.
I have an announcement. Can I do that quick?
Sure.
Take Back Pharmacy RX is the 27th in Fairfax at the police station. I think it starts at 10. So bring your, yeah. So it's, for some it's close.
Excuse me, Director Meigs, the 27th of April?
Yes.
Staff?
Oh, good. I've got 6 items, so I'll be real quick with each. 1111 Anderson, we purchased the building and closed escrow and purchased the building for $12,800,000 on April 2nd.
Which was below asking.
And that was below the seller's asking price of $12,950. And so I just wanted to make that announcement that it is official, that we own 1111 Anderson, San Rafael, California. We're still working on the terms of updating the lease to Comcast. And that discussion continues. Second thing, on today, in addition to that meeting that Doug and I attended, which was really productive and positive, today I also attended a site walk for the Larkspur Landing excavation and remediation project. And this was a pre-bid site walk. It wasn't completely clear that it was mandatory. It was strongly encouraged. And we had 12 contractors attend. And we were about an hour going over the details of the plans and specs and working with the EPA approval, which we only received on March 15th, so that came in parallel to. And then, I should note, say for the record, we did issue a notice inviting bids for this project on April 5th. And so this was the site walk here on April 17th. And so it was encouraging to have 12 contractors, and according to our consultant, Kennedy Jenks, they felt very confident at least 4 or 5 of them knew their work, knew they were qualified. And so it's an encouraging development, and it was a good discussion, and we provided some clarity. I was fortunate to have some of our staff attend who work there at Larkspur Landing to be able to answer questions about coordinating construction with our activities. So it was good to have them involved. Another notice inviting bids that we issued in the last couple of weeks was for the Butterfield Meadowcroft Arroyo project. And that was, I think, the Monday, maybe the April 8th, when that notice inviting bids was. And the bid opening for that
May 2nd.
is May 2nd, which is the Thursday, and the Friday, May 3rd, is when we'll open bids for the Larkspur Landing project. So these two projects are rolled out and being implemented.
And is that the expensive project in Butterfield?
That's the one that had the increase in the engineer's estimates, yes.
Right,
So those are two big projects.
that's right. So that's going on, worth noting. I just wanted to mention, and you may be aware of this indirectly, but that Stephen Mix, as our operations maintenance manager, he's participating voluntarily in the Bay Work initiative, where he works with many other sanitary districts and water districts in developing and workforce development and training, and it relates to some of the competency training we're instituting internally, and we've actually attended 3 events as of tomorrow this month, so there's a lot of activity this month. I came to the office one morning, and we had, it appeared to me, represented 20-plus sanitary districts in the building, getting an overview and training from Steve Mixes and the supervisors and staff on how to do collection system maintenance and operations. And so we're really learning how far ahead we are compared to a lot of other collection systems in this exercise, and really Stephen deserves a lot of credit. So there's one more event rounding out this month, and we'll continue to nurture that role, regionally.
That's to develop new wastewater workers, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really the competency training and showing how things are done, how to use the equipment, and how we're doing repairs, so we can actually, we're offsetting potential capital projects by doing in-house repairs for nickels on the dollar in some cases. And so just demonstrating that technology and the equipment we need, that we have, and how we deploy it safely and efficiently has impressed those who have attended our trainings. That's, the word is good. So that was the 4th thing. 5th thing, just wanted to let you know that we are, in the name of the One Water initiatives, there is a regional, it's beyond North Bay, it kind of goes Bay Area wide. It's out of an initiative that's academically based out of Stanford, Berkeley, New Mexico State, and Colorado School of Mines, and it's known as Renew It, which is an urban water infrastructure reinvention. They have enough momentum in that initiative that really garnered trust of water and wastewater agencies around the region. And so in providing a $5,000 donation to their One Water network, we're supporting regional initiatives that North Bay can plug into. And One Water, in a nutshell, it's not just water and wastewater, but stormwater and flood control and groundwater, where, and all of these things, thinking of them as interchangeable, like the water cycle. And as Pam mentioned, it just encourages the coordination, and the positive partnerships, like the meeting we had this morning. We talked about stormwater and wastewater and coordinating those infrastructures, and that's an example of that in action. So I'm recommending we see plugged into that as a node in Marin. We'll be connected to people like Sanitary Valley Water District, San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, East Bay Mud, and then the North Bay initiative we created like there in those discussions about partnering. 5th thing or 6th thing, we're planning a ribbon cutting ceremony, and we selected a date, and we have an enthusiastic partner in Bonaire Center. We had Noel Sandoval give them a little tour of Pump Station 12, and they were amazed. It was so clean, didn't make a lot of noise, there was no odors, and they didn't even have any idea they had that in their midst. At any rate, their marketing directors were with us, and the date is Tuesday, June 11th, around the lunch hour, 11:30 to 1:30. We're planning a pop-up style event where we'll bring out our educational materials. And we want to invite you, the board members, if you're interested in providing some remarks to the audience. We only want to set aside about 10, 15 minutes for podium remarks. And we got our communications consultant, ND5, is helping put together. They already have an event planned, and we'll figure out ways to partner with local businesses there, pay for refreshments, and invite folks via Nextdoor. And even people who drive by will see something going on maybe, we'll try to get their attention.
Do you have a time on that?
So it'll be 11:30 to 1:30
11:30?
on Tuesday, June 11th, and we're excited. It's a community event, but it's really to celebrate remarkable completion of those 2 pump station projects that really came in on budget. Very few change orders. So there's a good story to tell. We'll have staff communicate, and we're going to invite other folks. We'll see if local elected officials are interested in joining us. And that's it for my updates.
But you want to talk about the 150-year Alpine?
Oh, sure.
Should we talk about that?
Oh, yeah, it's kind of an outgrowth of the ad hoc outreach.
It's in the works, right?
Yeah, and there's the National Parks Conservancy out of Golden Gate National Recreation Area. Got together with Marin Municipal Water District, and they want to celebrate the 100-year anniversary of Alpine Dam. And they want to have a celebration in the summer, on Saturday, July 27th. And they asked local agencies if they were interested, and we attended a meeting. Felicia attended a meeting, a planning meeting on that, and there's another one coming up.
May 22nd in Mill Valley in the evening.
Man, I hear they need help, right? They're going to hold it up at the dam.
They're still figuring out what it looks like.
Yeah.
Beautiful dam.
What day is it?
The Alpine Dam.
What day is the next meeting? 22nd?
That's right. So we're staying plugged into that potential community event.
Other sewer districts involved, do you think?
At this point, none to my knowledge.
MMWD is
Sure.
really the host, if you will. And they were thoughtful to consider us, as well as a few other agencies, the Bay Area Bicycle Coalition, what was the name, the One TAM, Golden Gate National Conservancy, as you mentioned.
Okay, excellent. Okay, we're done with those, I think. Consent calendar. Matters listed under this item are considered routine, will be enacted in one motion, unless somebody wants to pull it.
The minutes of the special board meeting Monday, March 18th.
You want to pull it?
I will.
Anything else? Okay, let's go to the minutes of March 18th.
I'm confused.
10A.
It usually says when I arrive, it said members absent Doug Kelly, which is fine, these things all roll in place. The first motion was Bornstein Kelly.
Okay. My apologies, officer.
Was I late or was I there?
You were not there. Because
Okay.
that was the harassment training.
Oh, that was the harassment training.
Yes.
Yes, I did not attend that, so I didn't make any motions there.
I'll fix it.
Thank you very much.
But you're subject to lacking knowledge of harassment.
Absolutely, I'm supposed to take it online.
Yeah,
We're on that.
discuss.
We're on
Okay.
that. Other than that,
Any other further discussion? Motion?
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay.
Any further discussion, comments from the public? Roll call.
Borstein,
Yes.
Kelly,
Aye.
Meggs,
Yes.
Scylla, absent, Gaffney.
Yes. Okay, that's 10. 13 is status updates. Larkspur Avenue.
Rolling right along.
All right. Well, I think we practically covered that. So I put together, given that this is an item of great public interest, and we actually, I think, had a member of the public here for a while who was interested in this, but we had to go home because it was late. But we'll just, I provided a written staff report giving some highlights of things that have happened with the Larkspur Landing property. I mentioned in my previous report, we issued a notice of invited bids, had a site walk, opening bids May 3rd, hopefully award contract in the next board meeting for a remediation project this summer. We got the approval from EPA, and I will note we have to get a grading permit from the city of Larkspur, and we actually submitted that application today with the fee, $5,000 fee, and hopefully that gets us in the queue to be considered to the planning commission.
Yeah, you want to make sure that planning commission sees that before this 218 goes out.
Well,
That's a different Marshburg project.
oh, yeah.
I think our fee will go for like 28,000.
No, I don't think that'll be a problem, because I think eventually they will get tremendous tax revenue off that property. So it behooves them to.
Their housing plan, yeah, their housing,
With this project.
that's right, their housing plan, it has an assumption
Yeah.
of housing, affordable housing being met at this site. So the planning department is planning things for it, and they need this clean up.
Are they gonna fix the road? Where would they dump the spoils?
Different
Do we
places.
know?
That's actually left open because we want to encourage the contractors to sharpen the pencils and figure out the most cost-effective place to dispose of it. There's locally, there are certain landfills that are approved to take PCB waste. And one of them is on Hay Road, Vacaville, another Vasco Road, Livermore. And those are municipal landfills. And then there's, for the small fraction that has to go to a Tosca landfill, those landfills are more far afield, like Kettleman or Button Willow, or even out of state. But that's for a minor fraction of the overall material.
Okay, and B is RVSD pilot program with Comcast for public service investments.
Yes, and John's been waiting patiently to pull up this pilot program. I'll just introduce it, the Ad Hoc Education Outreach Committee, and I really want to credit Doug Kelly, Board Member Kelly. Oh, all right. Oh, I thought you would take the cue. Yes, John, can you cue this up, please?
I'm going to spin around so you can see.
Doug and I had the same thought.
Oh,
to be incognito.
Oh, sorry.
my fault. So, we want to credit Doug, though, for contacting Comcast.
Ross Valley Sanitary District
And so
has
these, we're going to show 5 videos.
flushing
This is the first
medications
one.
down the sink or toilet can pollute the environment and drinking water supply.
How do I zoom?
Proper disposal is easy. Deposit your unused or recycled drugs at one of the drop-off stations near you.
I don't want to mess it up.
These are being shown on Comcast TV and DirecTV. Over 75% of the residents in Marin County. On many cable channels. Okay, that was the don't put your drugs down the drain.
Is that better? Thank you.
Okay, the next is watch your fats, oils, and grease.
Yep.
Next is, I think, the sump pump video. This was an issue we highlighted this winter, that people's sump pumps would overwhelm our small diameter sewers, and especially in that Broadmoor, San Selmo area, and Diane Lane in Larkspur.
Is your sump pump connected properly? Many homeowners unknowingly have a sump pump that's connected to a sanitary sewer line. Not only is the connection illegal, but it can also put your home at serious risk. Sanitary sewer pipes are designed with enough capacity to carry sewage, not groundwater and rainwater. During heavy rains, clean water from sump pumps can easily overload this system and cause sewage backups in homes and local waterways. This can create dangerous health and environmental hazards, plus expensive property damage. If you have any questions about your sump pump connection or how to redirect it, contact the Ross Valley Sanitary District.
And the fourth one is flushables. They're not flushable.
As a busy mom juggling family, errands, and everything life throws at me, I try my best to be environmentally conscious. So of course, I buy flushable wipes thinking I'm doing the right thing. But it turns out flushable wipes aren't actually flushable. I found out the hard way. When flushable wipes caused a clog and flooded my house with sewage, it ended up costing me thousands of dollars in damage and a big headache with the insurance company. It's safe to say our family will never flush a flushable wipe again, and instead put them where they belong, in the trash.
And then finally, the fifth one has not been shown yet, because we're going to release it, and you have a chance to have it preview it, and if you got a problem with it, you can still change it. Oh. So it's the Sewer Lateral Grant Program, and so it's very specific to our district.
Need help fixing your sewer lateral? Ross Valley Sanitary District offers grants and loans to assist with the cost of replacing private sewer laterals. Did you know, as a homeowner, you're responsible for maintaining your sewer lateral? This is the pipe connecting your home's plumbing to the public sewer lines. When damaged, often by intrusive tree roots, it can cause frequent plumbing issues and even costly hazardous sewage leaks. Not only that, rainwater can seep into the lateral, causing an increase in flow and overwhelm the district's sewer system, leading to residents paying additional fees for improvements to increase capacity. If you're planning a $75,000 remodel or buying, selling your home, then you'll need to have your sewer lateral inspected. To learn more about this program and to see if you qualify, visit RVSD.org.
Steve, can we do one thing? We didn't have the camera zoomed in on the first one. Can we do the first one more time, and then just for the record, because this is the only record, if we ever have anybody who wants to see them all, this will be the day and time. And
Ross Valley Sanitary District asks you not to flush your meds. Flushing medications down the sink or toilet can pollute the environment and drinking water supply. Proper disposal is easy. Deposit your unused prescription drugs at one of the drop-off stations near you. Please, don't flush your meds.
thank you.
Great. And so, yeah, Gold Street Designs works with a lot of other sanitary districts. So they also created brochures and door hangers that we use. If we have an incident in a neighborhood related to fog, for instance, we'll do door hangers around the area to do targeted outreach with these same images. And right now we're at the point, this is a 3-month pilot from March 5th, about May 31st. And Stephen's begun, on behalf of the committee, Pam and Doug, has begun to reach out to other sanitary districts to find out their level of interest in participating in this. We used $15,000 of our communications budget to fund this pilot, and that's about a 3-month duration. And so we're going to see if we can get cost sharing for a next phase in June and go from there. And there's already been some interest from our fellow sanitary districts in partnering. And I propose that at the end, how we have our logo and our info, we could change it to be more generic, such as sanitary districts of Marin County.
Or we could put their logo next to ours.
And then then put our logo with other people, so that it's all the districts and we're one of them. That's how I would propose going the next phase. So we're just starting to get feedback right now. We got time to be able to continue the pilot, invite partners, make these modifications.
I've heard from a couple of people.
And
I've heard from many people, always pleased in the morning and at night on CNN or MSNBC to see them, and they're very good.
yeah, it's really it's residents of Marin County that are basically seeing these commercials, and so partnering with our other sanitary districts makes a lot of sense. Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Okay, let's go to 14. Consideration of approval of contract change order 17, not to exceed $839,294 for additional work on Miracle Mile and Greenfield Avenue with Ranger Pipeline.
That's right.
Yeah, this was, as has been discussed before, it's a change order, but it is a standalone capital project on the order of $1 million in a difficult place to do construction, right at the hub in San Anselmo, along Miracle Mile, Red Hill, and Greenfield. Our current contractor on the 16-17 gravity sewer improvements project has all the right equipment, even has pipe in the yard, I understand, to be able to make these necessary changes to some bottlenecks and problems related to conflict with storm drains and that sort of thing. So the timing is good for us to bring this in because we will be get credit on the cease and desist order counts, and it appears it could be a good time for us to fit in with other town San Anselmo projects, but there is some concern about traffic management, and so we're working real closely with the town. That was part of the reason why Director Kelly and I met with their town manager and public works director and staff there to look at some details of coordination of multiple infrastructure projects. And so my recommendation is to go forward with this based on that meeting, not maybe the exact schedule we had proposed with them, but to modify our timing to comport with their complicated projects. But it seems like there's a couple of windows where these elements could get constructed.
Did they explain why they?
Yeah, they did. They gave us a whole project. Let me explain in brief. They're essentially doing a huge regrind on San Francisco Boulevard, which is the boulevard along the park. And that whole boulevard is going to be ground down 3 inches, and all that pavement is going to be removed. And so for some period of time, they estimate they'll have 50 trucks per day. They didn't want us to add to that because they got 50 trucks going in, 50 trucks going out, and then if we have a project right there at the hub, we'll be adding to that. They're like, we can't have that. That was the reason.
The lane closure was, I think, the big deal, because there's 2 lanes going out, and with that additional truck traffic and, pretty congested as it is, going from 2 lanes to 1 lane was problematic.
What we were looking at, and they have, do you have that picture that Sharkey gave you? They have a beautiful, large paper with the flow chart of their different projects, because being a town, they're watching PG&E and MMWD and Ross Valley Sanitary and their own projects. They get it all color-coded by date and they don't want too many overlaps. But I think we're going to try and shoehorn it in somewhere. But Scott Schneider, the Assistant Public Works Director, and Sean Conley, the Public Works Director, were very, very willing and open, and they always have been to work with the Ross Valley Sanitary.
Yeah.
And so their team's working well with our team.
So I thought it was a great idea to meet with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if we were to postpone this to next year, for instance, it could increase the cost of the project, because we'd have to go out to bid, and then we'd also have less certainty about the qualifications or just sort of the skill and equipment of the contractor that would be selected.
Trained Ranger pipeline already. So.
That's right. They have the pipe person.
I heard they're giving us the same unit prices
Yes.
that they did for the 16, 17 projects.
Right, that was the other key thing, is we're going to lose money if we don't do this now, because they have honored 2-year-old pricing.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a win for us, and I think in the long run, it's a win for them. The other thing to keep in mind is, and this is part of the project and why the town's not opposed to us moving it up at some point, is because what they're doing is they're doing work on the, I'm missing the word, but
Median.
the median, thank you so much. The median right there.
Oh, yeah.
And they don't want to redo the median and then have us come a year later and rip up the street. So, the whole idea is the median work is to beautify the town. So this is a perfect project to get done before they work on the median.
Okay, any further discussion, any comments from the public?
We did actually work to get a request for quote, under the existing contract, and we had our limits too. If it would have come in over 800 for the base bid, we weren't going to accept it. So this is 839, includes some other costs, but this came in at 770, I think.
Yes.
770,000, which was right about in the sweet spot where we hoped. And so that's why we moved forward as well, is that their quote did bring forward the unit prices, and it was a good price.
And this is for quantity of flow. It's capacity.
It was the real problem, yeah, the capacity, from what I understand from staff, is that this was misengineered back when it was built. And so there's a real problem there.
Yeah,
need to address.
Bottleneck, where you have a bigger pipe going into a smaller pipe and then to a bigger pipe.
Sounds like it. Okay, I need a motion.
I'd move to approve contract change order number 17 in the amount not to exceed $839,294 for additional work on Miracle Mile capacity improvements, and Greenfield Avenue and Spring Grove realignment in San Anselmo for the fiscal year 2016-17 gravity sewer rehabilitation project with Ranger Pipelines Incorporated.
Second?
Second. Oh, second.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion?
Noting that it doesn't seem like it's a big difference between 8 and 10 inches. But for anybody who's listening doubles the capacity of that pipe. So it's a minimal change, but double the capacity.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Borstein,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Meggs,
yes.
Scylla, absent, Gaffney.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, 15 is our performance measure. And notice we have one. A lot of repair activity. Two other things.
What about those?
Well, the good, they put where they were. Did you notice, this is what you've been asking.
Yeah, that's right. Which side?
Woodside Drive and then 53-quarter Mirada, large wooden plant.
I like that. Thank you for
Okay, that's
getting
good.
that accomplished.
Capital program along green, the projects that we're working on.
I want to say that it's really helpful that you're announcing these projects in next door. It's very, very helpful. Then you can not accuse us of not knowing. I mean, that really, it's amazing how many people are in next door. Kind of.
It's hard to get the word out on sewer things, you know, people. And then this was a great open house. Maybe when you start working, you might have another open house. When their attention is drawn to it. It's a nice presentation from 20 people. Okay, I think we're done. Meeting adjourned.
We were having so much fun.